Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Thursday, March 9th. We have 12 bills on the docket, and we're going to start off with Senate Bill 615 with Senator Hettleman. We'll then move on to Senate Bill 788, 789, 463, 749, 487, 684, 505, 507, 544, 546, and then we'll end with Senate Bill 129. So without further delay, is Senator Hettleman, you're up. Of course, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Shelley Hettleman. I'm a senator from District 11 in Baltimore County, and I am very happy to be here today to present to you Senate Bill 615. What this bill does is ensure that everybody who's part of a rape kit tracking system is doing what they're supposed to be doing. So if this committee that has been involved in many of these issues for a number of years will recall, back in 2017, we standardized the way rape kits were preserved and protected, and we ensured that they were going to be tested also. So that same year, we created the Sexual Assault Evidence Kit and Funding Policy Committee within the Office of the Attorney General. And we brought together a bunch of different stakeholders. We brought together nurses and hospitals and law enforcement and state's attorneys and advocates and legislators, among others. And we brought them together to look at and present policy recommendations about how best we could handle rape kits, what are the kinds of policies that we needed to put forth to make sure that they were preserved, to make sure that survivors were getting the due process that they deserved. One of the other things that we did in 2018 is we passed a bill that said that the state had to apply to the federal government for funding to be able to test and to be able to track kits. And fortunately, the state has received over $5 million since that time to test kits and also to develop a tracking system. The state committee spent a great deal of time surveying what was being done nationally and learning about tracking system options, and working with the Department of Information Technology, crafted a procurement proposal that went out a few months ago. And right now, a committee is reviewing proposals to be able to purchase a tracking system. And we anticipate that that award is going to be issued very soon. This system will enable each stakeholder in the chain of custody to kind of know what the status is of the kit. So a healthcare professional will be able to log in and will be able to know, is the kit still in the hospital? Is the kit in the lab at the police department? Is the kit in the possession of the prosecutor, where it is? Most importantly, the survivor will be able to log on to this system and also ascertain where it is, all the while protecting this information from the public at large. The final aspect of this bill addresses another thing that we did. We created a few years ago a $3.5 million rape kit testing grant fund, and we created it to be able to support the forensic lab work that is so important in this issue. We have a state lab, and we have a number of our counties, our larger counties have labs that need equipment. They need to expand personnel. Frankly, they are really loaded down with the kind of work that they need to do. So we passed this bill to enable them to apply to the governor's office of whatever, formerly GOCAP, youth crime victims, whatever, and to be able to apply to this grant fund to be able to support their work. We want to clarify in this bill that those funds can be used to do can be used for SAKEs, for sexual assault evidence kit, that existed before the fund was created. As we know, there are many kits that were in evidence rooms, were in different places around our state prior to the enactment of that bill. And this bill will just clarify that those funds can also be used there. This bill is really part of ensuring accountability for survivors and ensuring that everyone who is a party to this chain of custody participates and does their part. So that is in a nutshell what the bill does. And I'd love to turn it over now to the other stakeholders and the other very important people who have worked on this issue. Thank you. Oh, no.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Zanita Hurley, and I am here today on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General, as well as the Sexual Assault Evidence Kit Policy and Funding Committee, which I serve on as the chair on behalf of the Attorney General. Senate Bill 615 is the first of two legislative priorities of the committee this session. And as the senator mentioned, it establishes requirements for implementing a statewide sexual assault evidence kit tracking system. As I laid out in my written testimony, this bill complements the work that the committee has been doing, implementing the state's federal sexual assault kit initiative grant. And it really is the culmination of the directive that the General Assembly gave us back in 2018 to make recommendations regarding establishing a statewide tracking system. Senate Bill 615 will ensure that the tracking system, once developed, can successfully be implemented by requiring any party with custody of a kit to enter status and location of that kit into the tracking system. The bill also protects the information that's entered into the system from public disclosure, while ensuring that it is accessible to key stakeholders, including, importantly, the victims themselves. Finally, the bill requires that law enforcement agencies upload older kits in their possessions, and we give them until December of 2025. As the senator mentioned, including all the existing kits in this tracking system is critical because it will provide more transparency and accountability in our efforts to ensure agency compliance with the new testing reforms that the legislature has passed over the past 5 years. And although our office has issued regulations requiring annual reporting, many agencies have struggled to submit timely and complete data. And the tracking system, once operational, should really be able to generate these reports easily. So for all these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee. My name is Jane Krinke. I am here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association and our 60-member hospitals and health systems. We've been a member of the Maryland Sexual Assault Evidence Kit Policy and Funding Committee since its inception, and we're here in strong support of Senate Bill 615. The committee has worked collaboratively to develop processes and issue guidance to stakeholders involved in supporting survivors of sexual assault. As you may know, across the state, there's hospital-based sexual assault forensic exam programs who employ forensic nurse examiners who are specially trained nurses to care for survivors. They are both skilled in evidence collection and trauma-informed care. Senate Bill 615 is the result of several years of discussion within the committee to identify the components needed for a successful tracking system and agreement among all the stakeholders to participate. Through conversations we've had with other states, we've observed many benefits for having a statewide tracking system, including, most importantly, allowing survivors to keep track of their own kits. Maryland Safe programs are committed to participating and using this tracking system, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Laura Jessic, the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative and Sexual Assault Response Team Manager with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault, MCASA. I'm here at the invitation of our director, Lisa Jordan. MCASA is a nonprofit membership organization that includes the state's 17 rape crisis centers, law enforcement, mental health and healthcare providers, attorneys, educators, survivors of sexual violence, and other concerned individuals. We are here in support of Senate Bill 615. As part of the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative, or SAKI project, MCASA is responsible for contacting victims of sexual assault about their untested rape kit that may have been collected a few years ago or decades ago. Currently, the SAKI team at MCASA has over 700 cases we are processing for notification purposes. That is over 700 people that reported a sexual assault, but their kit was never tested and they were never told that their kit was not tested. Now add a little over 6,000 to those 700 cases, and that's the total number of untested kits identified through SAKI. To be clear, that's 6,818 people that have not had access to information about their kit. That's 6,818 people that MCASA is trying to blindly contact after they've gone years without knowing what happened to their kit. With the tracking system in place, survivors will not have to wait for MCASA or law enforcement to contact them and tell them where their kit is at in the testing process. Instead, the tracking system will allow them to log in anonymously and obtain this information in a timely manner. Survivors will not face the burden of having to contact law enforcement regularly to request updates, and they will not have to wait 30 days to receive those updates. The tracking system will give them the information they deserve and have the right to in a matter of minutes. Please secure survivors' access to information about their kit and report favorably on Senate Bill 615. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Scott Schellenberger, State's Attorney for Baltimore County. I'm also on the Safe Kit Committee. And more importantly, I'm actually on the subcommittee that is looking at 2 vendors right now in the procurement process. I never thought I'd be involved in state procurement before. It's a rather interesting process, but I can tell you that the vendors that we're looking at actually do run these type of tracking systems in other states. They are already up and running in other states, and we are working quickly to try and get our tracking system up to speed. It's actually extremely interesting work. The vision that we have that we're getting close to executing on is that when a victim goes to the hospital and the safe kit is completed, the safe nurse at the hospital will hit a bar, click, beep, and it will go into the tracking system. When the safe nurse hands the safe kit to the detective who's investigating the case, the detective will take the kit to the evidence room in the police department. They will hit a barcode, beep, and they will then know where the kit is. When the kit then goes to the forensic lab, either in that police department or at the Maryland State Police, or goes to a private lab, there'll be another click that will tell the tracking system where the kit is, how long it's going to be there. And then when it comes back, there'll be another click that is back in the evidence room. The most important part about all of this is that police, state's attorneys, safe nurses, and most importantly, the victims of the crime will be able to track it also from the privacy of their own home. We are this close to getting there. We need Senate Bill 615 passed so that gives everyone the access and the ability to do all of this. None of that information will be available to the public. It will only be available to the people who need to know. And most importantly, at the end of the year, there will be some statistics that can be out there on where we are with kits. This bill will also say to Baltimore County and every other jurisdictions, you need to make sure we know how many kits you have in your evidence room, and we have to put that into the system. This is an outstanding bill, and we are getting really close to becoming a very big leader in the area of safe kits and tracking. And I urge a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I became a delegate 8 years ago, and I think this bill or something like it was on our agenda in Health and Government Operations Committee in the House. So it's 8 years now that we've been hearing about these kits. And it's very nice that we're going to be able to track them. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally in favor of this bill. But when are we going to actually test the kits and get the results of doing the tests so the kits are actually useful in identifying people who've committed these crimes?
Well, actually, that's still being done right now. So I can tell you in Baltimore County alone, every month, we contact Bodie Labs, we have the contract with. We use the money that Senator Helderman was able to get through grants. And every month we call Bodie and say, how many kits can you handle? And a lot of times they say, you got to wait. We have too many. And so you have to wait till next month. So we have constantly a backlog, which we're always trying to send to get tested. And we're making progress. You can actually go to Baltimore County website where we have a kit tracking database on the dashboard that Johnny O and his folks have put up. And you can look exactly how many kits we have, how many were tested, how many were not tested, the reason why they were not tested, which are reasons that our SAKI committee came up with and said were acceptable. And you can go on that dashboard, and actually I have a copy of it here. I'll pass it over to you in a little bit, and know exactly where the status of all those kits are. So we are making progress through the work with the grant that we got and through the state funding that we got. And we are getting much better than we had been.
So how many, do we know how many kits that are, say, more than 2 years old that haven't been tested? What are we talking about now?
I'll have to pull up the exact numbers because they don't have the dates of the kits.
And
I mean,
do
I
they
have
become
to.
stale after a while? Is there a period of time where?
No,
you
they
simply
do.
can't
They do
test
not. The kits do not go stale. They do not have to be kept in a freezer. They're approximately this size, maybe a little bit bigger. They can sit on an evidence shelf.
it? Okay.
And we're going to talk in a minute about how long we want to keep them. That's the next bill.
But let me-
They do not go bad. They do not go ill or anything like that.
So when they're tested, it's possible that the DNA will match the DNA of somebody in your system. So because they haven't been tested, isn't it correct that there could be criminals out there walking around doing things to other people who have not been apprehended because the tests have never been tested?
So this is a lot of history and it spills over to the slides at GBMC. What law enforcement, so testing kits has always been a very limited a thing. You have to pick and choose. And for years, what we were doing was picking and choose when the identity of the sexual offender was an issue. If the person knew the person that had sexually assaulted them, then for many years, law enforcement believed that the DNA then didn't matter because they'd be able to walk into court and say they did it. And I know they did it because it was my ex-boyfriend and he came over and he attacked me. And then the issue becomes all the other issues we talk about with regard to sex offenses, and that is whether there was sufficient force and a lack of consent. So if identity is not an issue, you don't want to use this limited resource to test kits that take a long period of time. So what we were doing for years was picking and choosing the kits that got tested. So for instance, you're going to hear in a minute about the GBMC slides and the fact that we went back and had a detective look at cases and pick and choose what we call the stranger rapes and decide that those are the ones that we should test first. And so that's why you have someone like Alfonso Hill, who has been convicted of 15 sexual assaults that were committed in the 70s and 80s. When we went and pulled those slides from GBMC and had those tested at Bodie, and it matched his DNA, and he's doing several life sentences as a result of that. So, but one of the things that we learned more recently, and I think you were at the meeting when I had my aha moment, just because the people know each other, a former girlfriend is charging a former boyfriend with sexual assault, just because those two know each other doesn't mean that identification of putting him in the CODIS DNA system won't become valuable, because maybe he sexually assaulted someone this time who he knew, but what if he had sexually assaulted someone else 4 years before that he didn't know? And I literally was sitting at a meeting when we were all together, and I got that thought in my head of, my God, we got to test that kit, because maybe I can't prove this case, and maybe identification isn't a qualification in this case, but what about this other case that's unsolved? And so that's why law enforcement has evolved to the point where they are now testing all kits. And that's the goal of the grant that Senator Helderman got and the federal funding that we've been able to get. And that's the point of this, is the victim should be able to sit in the privacy of their home and know what the status of their kid is. And I've talked way too much. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, and it was frankly very helpful. Frankly, I don't know why we don't simply bite this bullet and appropriate the money we need to get these kits tested.
It now
Year
isn't
after
about the
year, we hear about these kits and they're not tested yet. And now we're doing a way to organize all the data, but they're still not tested.
Well, I can tell you, we are testing way more than we've ever tested before. The problem is, it's a very, it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of work. And there are only a certain number of labs in the country that are doing this work privately. And there are certain only amount of labs who work for the state or work for Baltimore County. I only have a certain number of forensic examiners. And so we have to figure out which kits go where. But we are moving them quickly. I can tell you, I was told just last week by the person in the forensic lab that they have 200 ready to go as soon as Bodie, the lab, has the capacity to test them. And it's not just us who's doing this. That's why it's so crowded, is because everybody in the entire country has now gotten around to this and is starting to hit all these labs. Sorry.
Let me just finish by congratulating Senator Heddleman, because I know that you've been on the forefront of this for years.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Senator. And you're right. There's a lot of history and we've made a lot of progress over the past 9 years. And we've come a long way. Wouldn't you say that would be the case? We've come a long way, both in terms of our what we know about serial predators and also what we know about how we can do these and how we approach the treatment of this really important evidence. So we are getting there. Actually, I was having a conversation earlier with somebody on this committee who said, rape kits again? Like, haven't we fixed this? No, we haven't. And unfortunately, we have thousands of them in our possession and we're making progress, but I would be happy to introduce a bill with you next year on appropriating the funds to test all the ones that we have. Yes, we do. So thank you.
All right, agreed. Well, thank you very much, Senator Heddleman, and thank you for your work on this. Seeing no further questions, thank you all to the panelists. All right, next we'll hear from Aaron Earp, Captain Brian Edwards, and our last guest is virtual.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and honorable committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Senate Bill 615. My name is Aaron Earp. I'm a resident of District 27 in Calvert County, and I'm also interim vice president for public policy at RAIN, which is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. RAIN created and operates the National Sexual Assault Hotline, and we work at the state and federal level to promote anti-sexual violence programs, policies, and funding. Before I joined RAIN, I was a prosecutor for 8 years, and I spent 3 years as a member of the Special Victims Unit as the primary prosecutor handling sexual assaults of adult victims. And through that experience, I know how important it is for survivors to feel that they are supported, that their case is taken seriously. And this is vital both for their ability to heal and also for the investigation and the prosecution of a case to go forward. And even under the best of circumstances, sexual assault nurse examinations are invasive and can be re-traumatizing, but they also provide a vital opportunity for survivors to get care and for evidence to be collected. Giving survivors the ability to track the location and the status of their kit empowers them and affirms that what they went through to provide this evidence is valued. And we urge a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee. My name is Captain Brian Edwards with Baltimore County Police Department. Obviously, while you're wearing this uniform, I do represent the Baltimore County Police Department. However, I also do sit on the Attorney General's Sexual Assault Evidence Kit Policy and Funding Committee as the Law Enforcement Advisory Member. Baltimore County Police Department supports Senate Bill 615 with one minor amendment, which I'll get to towards the end of the testimony. But Baltimore County was able to launch very recently, Mr. Schellenberger referenced it, the first in the state safe ITR tracking website. And that is, it's a dashboard of data that does show the number of kits that are in different phases of the process. It does not go into the kernel data of the actual kit and being able to be tracked by a victim, but it does start to provide some transparency. What it also does is it creates the data that underlies the eventual tracking system. I, like Mr. Schellenberger, do also sit on the committee that's going through the RFP right now through the acquisition, and we are excited to be able to transfer Baltimore County's data into that website to be able to provide that data to our victims. The Senate Bill 615 will provide for that statewide accounting of SAKES. It will also promote the orderly management and inventory, tracking, and reporting across all Maryland law enforcement agencies. This provides consistent and accurate data. It provides accountability. It increased victim and survivor trust through transparency. And the SAFE ITR is just the beginning and references into this tracking system. Further, we did mention that through questions of the first panel, the capacity of the private labs, part of this bill also increases the ability for the state to help individual labs increase their capacity. The one amendment the Baltimore County would say is on page 3, line 5 of the first reader, is to strike the word subpoena, only because there are other processes there to provide that data to the public, and subpoena is a bit of a broad brush and could potentially allow for a release of confidential information. Baltimore County favorably supports Senate Bill 615.
All right, thank you all very much. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you both very much. Thank you. And we'll now hear from our final guest who's joining us virtually. We'll hear from Matteo. You're up.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Matteo Cello. Thank you for the opportunity for listening to my testimony. I'm a policy associate for the Joyful Heart Foundation. We're a national organization dedicated to improving the way rape kits are handled and advocating for sexual assault survivors' rights. Since 2010, we've made ending the backlog of untested kits our top priority. We're really excited to work with Senator Huddleman on this very important issue before the committee today. We strongly support SB 615 because it codifies the establishment of a rape kit tracking system with a victim portal. This is aligned with federal best practices to improve the way forensic evidence is processed and to ensure accountability. Basically, a rape kit tracking system is a web-based system that allows designated individuals to follow the path of a rape kit through the chain of custody. Just like you could follow your package on Amazon or UPS, you should be able to track an important piece of evidence like a rape kit. So how can this system ensure accountability? By assuring that actors like hospitals, law enforcement, and crime labs are submitting and testing kits swiftly. In addition, the tracking system allows you to notify stakeholders if a kit gets stuck in one point and alerts them to the error. They're also good for the whole tracking systems are also good for the whole criminal justice system, and it makes law enforcement and prosecutors' jobs easier because they can follow crucial pieces of evidence from place to place. I think the most important feature of this tracking system is the inclusion of a victim portal, which will allow survivors to see where their kit is at all times. Our research shows that this type of information is crucial to the healing and well-being of victims because it allows them to control when they obtain this critical information about the status and location of their kit. While it's possible to implement a tracking system without passing legislation, codifying the system and mandating participation to statute ensures that all relevant agencies handle rape kits comply with the law, and it helps the state achieve a fully functioning tracking system. In states that have tracking systems but without statute, we have seen that some law enforcement agencies and hospitals don't participate in the system because they're not legally mandated. This kind of defeats the purpose of the statewide tracking system. I'll close it off here. 30 states mandate the implementation of a tracking system thus far by law, and we hope the committee looks favorably on the bill so Maryland can become the 31st state to do so. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Cello. Is there any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for joining us. All right, with that, that'll end the hearing for Senate Bill 615. We'll now move on to Senator Heddleman with Senate Bill 788. Senator Heddleman, you're up.
I think it's 789. Is that correct? Sorry.
Well, would you like to take
Seven.
789 first or 788?
Sorry. I'd like to take 789 first,
Sure.
if that's okay, if that works for the
Senator, yeah,
committee.
just for the record, Senator
Okay.
Edelman with Senate Bill 789.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I am hoping that you have a reprint in front of you, but okay. For the record, my name is Shelley Hedelman. I'm Senator from District 11, and I am here today to present Senate Bill 789 that has actually been mentioned in the prior hearing. At the same time that we were learning about how rape kits were handled in Maryland, I also discovered that a very forward-thinking OBGYN in Baltimore County had collected DNA material on slides. This was before DNA testing was actually done. And in the 70s and 80s and 90s, he had a practice in Baltimore County, and he treated sexual assault survivors. And he collected their material and put them on slides that were and are preserved at Greater Baltimore Medical Center, which is a hospital in Baltimore County. And it's really quite amazing that he had the foresight to do this. There are a couple thousand slides being held at this hospital, and they have been there for almost 5 decades. And the state's attorney's office and the Baltimore County Police Department have an arrangement. They get the police department gets a subpoena, they get the material, and then they do testing, and that material has been used, like State's Attorney Schellenberger said, to solve multiple sexual assaults and rapes, including the one of Alfonso Hill, who assaulted or raped over 15 women. Now, there are some people who continue to work at GBMC who worked with Dr. Breitnecker back then, and they continue to care for the slides. And we continue to have this arrangement, but there is nothing in law and nothing that would prevent these slides from being destroyed. And so they existed prior to DNA testing. They existed prior to the formal term of a sexual assault evidence kit. And what we want to do through this legislation is to protect them. It defines them as a sexual assault evidence kit using Department of Justice language. And it will allow the Sexual Assault Evidence and Funding Policy Committee the authority to develop guidelines to determine whether and how this type of evidence should be preserved, should be tested and treated. The bill also, and I should say, it's about protecting these slides, but it's also about protecting any other evidence in any other part of the state that may exist. The bill also extends the time from 20 years to 75 years, the amount of time a SAIC must be retained and preserved. And there are important reasons for doing this. First, we know that there's no statute of limitations on rape. And second, we know that if we use these slides as an example, 20 years has already passed. So we want to make sure to extend it for enough time so that we can still ensure that those kits are around to be tested. As was stated earlier, it's not onerous in terms of storage. They're flat envelopes. They can be preserved without taking too much time or additional research. The final section of the bill addresses the issue of do-it-yourself evidence collection kits. And these are things that have been recently marketed. And frankly, they've been marketed mostly to young people on college campuses. The reality is we know that people who are survivors of sexual assault have grave trepidation going to the police department or even telling anyone about what has happened to them. And there's a lot of mistrust with law enforcement. There's a mistrust of the healthcare system. And so I think that these kits are capitalizing on that mistrust. But at the same time, they also provide a resource to people to be able to do their own collection of evidence, to be able to put it in material and to perhaps send it off to be tested. Now, we don't know exactly, is this kind of evidence going to be accepted by a court of law? We're not sure. They are new, and there are still a lot of things up in the air about them. But what we want to do through this bill is to make sure that anyone using a do-it-yourself kit is fully educated about those risks, we want them to know that this evidence may not be accepted by a court of law, and that we are going to ask the Consumer Protection Division of the Office of the Attorney General to make recommendations about how these kits should be treated and how consumers should be alerted to the caveats about them. So Senate Bill 789 builds on our prior work, and it protects and preserves evidence that has been around for almost 5 decades now. And again, it just helps us deliver on justice for citizens who are survivors of sexual assault. So I urge a favorable report, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have and go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually decided not to, but since I got called out, I was like, okay. You just threw me out there.
It's the first time for everything, you know?
I'm all about, I love the data collection and the evidence and storage of it. I'm just curious because the only foreseeable issue I could potentially see would be the cost associated with storing it, like where 75 years came from instead of like 50 years. I mean, it's just, it's 25 additional years. And when we start talking about accumulating that data and storing it that long, it could potentially become a storage and safeguard, a safekeeping issue. So that was all I had really.
Right.
Was-
I don't know that there's any magic number,
I just
75,
didn't know if there was
except that I would say if someone is, I could still be alive 50 years after, you know,
Sure.
an assault. And so I think, and obviously 75, it gets a little closer to my not being around.
Expiration.
Yeah. So, I mean, 75 plus however old I am when the assault occurs,
We all
right?
Have that
So
expiration.
yes,
Okay.
I don't have an expiration date,
All
but
right, very
I there's no magic number.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other? Thank you.
So Scott Schellenberger, State's Attorney for Baltimore County. Again, I'm on the funding committee. So let me tell you why 75 might be necessary. So I told you a little bit about Fonzo Hill and the 15 cases he got convicted of. The first one was in 2002, and that rape had occurred 19 years before in 1983. The second one was convicted in 2010, and that had occurred in 1989, 21 years. But the third one, the assault took place near Goucher and happened in 1979, and we were able to test those slides 3 decades later, 30 years later. And so when we started talking about 20 years, we started thinking, well, you know, maybe we're not thinking enough. Now, you know, I can't recall how we all came up with 75, but again, we're talking about the Baltimore County Evidence Room, and we're talking about something sitting there on that shelf in which you could put another safe kit on top of it or another safe kit on top of that. So, I mean, we're really not talking about that much space that needs to happen. And we have an example because of a doctor who did something no one else in the country was doing. We have an example that shows that even 30 years is extremely important. Now, the thing about do-it-yourself kits that is concerning is our committee has been discussing whether we need to go to the Attorney General's office and talk to them in the Consumer Protection Division to talk about putting a warning on them, warning, this may not be admissible in court. I have grave concerns about DIY kits. Grave concerns, and I would encourage everyone to tell people not to do it. But that having been said, I agree with the statute that if there is a DIY kit, then the best people to keep it are the police agencies, because then it'll be less of a chain of custody problem than if the person keeps it themselves for 5 or 6 years and then turns it in and they have to say, oh, I've moved 3 times. So, you know, while I'm not, as a prosecutor, very fond of those do-it-yourself kits, I certainly think that if somebody has one they should be saved by law enforcement because that's the best place for them to go. Now, finally, on the GBMC slides, we have a great relationship with GBMC and the hospital. The reason I can't just go over and grab them is because they consider them medical records. And so that's why I have to go to my detectives and say, here's a subpoena for this case, go get the slides. Then we have to have the slides prepared by our forensic team. They then go and send them down to Bodie. Bodie then has to process the slides. It's a very involved process, but we are working through even the slides that we haven't looked at before. And Senator West, just so you know, in the 90s and early 2000s, we had a sergeant who was in charge of reading all those files and trying to find all the stranger rapes that she could find. And that's what led us to the conviction of Alfonso Hill of 14 cases. She had cherry picked those cases out. We are now not cherry picking those slides. We are sending them as they can get them done and get to them. But it is very difficult that we are the only jurisdiction in the entire country that can do this, but yet nobody thinks we're doing it fast enough. We are working very hard to do this, but we are collecting evidence and we are analyzing evidence and we are convicting people that no one else in the country has been able to do. And we are going to continue to work through them and get through those slides. Senate Bill 789, I think, is very good. It's a great companion with the other one, and I think it's definitely needed. So thank you. Oh, I don't know. Question. Go ahead.
And Captain Brian Edwards with Baltimore County, and I can answer your question where the 75 years came from and to the storage questions. It came directly from Baltimore County Police Evidence Retention Policy. We store all homicide and sexual assault evidence with biological evidence associated for 75 years. And it is a difficult topic to talk about, but it is exactly that, the survivability of both the victim and the suspect and assuring that we have the evidence retained. Our property room is designed to retain that evidence for that period of time. This bill has no effect on our storage room. As a matter of fact, when we began to really accelerate the GBMC slide project, a private benefactor that was connected to us by Senator Hedelman, that was actually one of the sources of funding was to expand that up to and including shelving and storage crates and packaging materials. So the increased storage cost and size is negligible to Baltimore County, who's the most affected by this. And for any other agencies that are already storing safe kits to go from 20 years to 75 years, quite frankly, that expense is necessary and if it were to be a problem. As far as Senate Bill 789, Baltimore County strongly supports this. We obviously support the increased retention from 20 years to 75 years for reasons already stated. The one thing that we do have reservation on is simply the do-it-yourself kits, and I think everybody here does struggle with these in general. Baltimore County Police and law enforcement in general does recognize the fact that these kits exist for the very purpose that some victims do not feel comfortable accessing the tremendous amount of resources that are available to them. I do worry about the inclusion in the law that it does provide some legitimacy to the legality of the kits. However, I recognize that they do exist, and if they are to be stored, they should be stored by law enforcement and treated as other biological evidence in sexual assault. So for Baltimore County Police, we do support Senate Bill 789 with those amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear that this isn't me not supporting the measure at all. I just asked about the storage because 20 to 75 years, while initially startup, it's not much. But when you evolve over time and you get to 50 years from now, and you've got all the kits that you've stored for the past 50 years, it can be a little bit more of a storage issue, but that's all. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
It absolutely does. I know Baltimore County has tried to protect that out, and we can protect that as best as possible and account for that. Other agencies, we'll reach out to them to assure that they're aware.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you all very much. Thank you. All right, we'll have Laura Jessic, Jane Cranky, Aaron Earp, and Ms. Hurley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Laura Jessic, again, the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative and Sexual Assault Response Team Manager with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. I'm here at the invitation of our director, Lisa Jordan. MCASA is a nonprofit organization that includes, again, the state's 17 rape crisis centers, law enforcement, mental health, and healthcare providers, attorneys, educators, survivors of sexual violence, and other concerned individuals. We are here in support of Senate Bill 789 with the sponsor amendments. As has been stated, DNA and other evidence recovered from a sexual assault evidence kit is a vital component of a sexual assault investigation and can be used to identify perpetrators, prove sexual contact, and corroborate a victim's testimony. In Maryland, most sex crimes are felonies with no statute of limitations for prosecution, and retaining evidence for 75 years is only logical. Survivors of sexual assault deserve the opportunity to obtain justice, and destroying potential evidence of reported crimes that do not have a statute of limitations can affect that opportunity. The importance of storing these kits beyond 20 years has already been demonstrated by the Maryland Saki Project, which has had over 24 CODIS hits to known offenders in this FBI combined DNA index system, or the CODIS database. And of those hits, 7 were from kits collected in the 1990s, and 2 were from kits collected in 1986 that identified a serial rapist. With the current 20-year retention law, all of those kits, along with the GBMC slides, could have legally been destroyed years ago, preventing survivors from ever obtaining those test results and allowing serial offenders to go unidentified. Additionally, the language defining a sexual assault evidence kit provides not only law enforcement personnel with a clear understanding of what evidence must be tested, stored, and retained in accordance with the state law, it also provides survivors with clear expectations for how the evidence associated with their case will be handled, and every survivor deserves that clarity. MCASA requests a favorable report on Senate Bill 789 with sponsor amendments.
Good afternoon again. Zanita Hurley on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General and the State Policy and Funding Committee. Just want to reiterate that Senate Bill 789 is the second of the committee's 2 legislative priorities this session. And really, the goal is to make enhancements to the law governing SAKES, driven primarily by our desire to bring some level of state oversight to the GBMC slides that have been described by the committee members, and really any other similar evidence that predated the modern day SAKES. Those 3 enhancements have already been covered by our committee members, but essentially it is the coverage of the handling of the do-it-yourself kits, the treatment and protection of the GBMC slides, and then of course extension of the retention mandate to 75 years. One thing I did want to mention, though, is just how appreciative we are to the greater Baltimore Medical Center for its commitment to retaining the GBM slides, notwithstanding the fact that the law did not mandate them to do so. We are working with them as well as the Baltimore County Police Department to formalize a process for transferring those slides from GBMC to law enforcement. And that's why, rather than mandate immediate transfer, the bill contemplates a process that would allow the committee to really work with GBMC to come up with an appropriate process. And so for all these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee. Jane Krinke again with the Maryland Hospital Association in strong support of Senate Bill 789. We support the sponsors' amendments, which strike a good balance between and acknowledge the spectrum of evidence that exists. You'll hear from an F&E later today talking about what that really means, from the do-it-yourself kit to the GBMC slides. And just like Ms. Hurley was saying, GBMC is excited to partner with the committee and develop a process. They're really proud of the work that's been done and want to preserve the integrity of the evidence and ensure it's tested. So we appreciate the sponsor and the committee's support and ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Erin Earp, and here on behalf of the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network in support of Senate Bill 789. As previous witnesses have mentioned, there is a great disparity between the timeframe where felony sexual assaults can be charged and prosecuted, which is indefinite, and the storage requirement, which is only 20 years. Even looking at the last 20 years, DNA technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, enabling forensic scientists to develop profiles suitable for comparison with much smaller amounts of DNA than previously. And new DNA technologies can give law enforcement leads, even if there is not a match in the combined DNA index. A survivor who still has not received justice for their case. Destroying that kit almost certainly means that they will never receive that justice, regardless of how advanced DNA technology becomes. And while there is still a possibility of holding a perpetrator accountable, that 75 years, there's no justification for destroying that kit. And so we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. Questions from the committee? Senator Fulton. Good.
Question actually, and it's going to be for the state's attorney, I'm sorry, from the previous panel. So we just briefly discussed this in fairness, and I just want to point this out because, again, I believe that there's value in what we're trying to do here, but I have to question the process and procedure because the rules of evidence are really clear, as I understand them. So my concern is we're allowing these, and I believe you kind of touched on it in your initial statement when you said that you have grave concerns about the evidentiary admissibility of these kits, being that there is really
Just the DIY, just.
yes,
Just those.
the DIY ones.
Right. Yeah, I am very worried about chain of custody, about the eventual admissibility of the evidence. I think you would need perfect facts to be able to try and convince a judge that that evidence should come into evidence. So theoretically, someone could allege a sexual assault. They could decide they didn't want to go to a safe exam, but they did the kit, their own kit.
Right.
And then contacted hopefully the police shortly after that. And then the kit got turned over. Even though I have grave concerns, and even though it might not be admissible, the best people to hold it, the only thing that gives me any chance, even if it's slim, is if it goes to law enforcement. Because from that moment on, then I know I have chain of custody. And so I agree. We've been talking about going to consumer protection and putting a warning on these kits. We had that conversation just recently. And I am very concerned about it, but I still think if anybody's going to keep it, it should be us.
No, I agree that it should be held. I just have the concerns about the rules of evidence because they're really
Right.
They're long standing and pretty
and our
easy to break if you're coming in from a defensive posture, position.
right.
My sister runs the whole SAFE program for the western part of the state. So I'm familiar very much. Our Thanksgiving dinners are usually filled with a lot of interesting dialogue.
Sound like my Thanksgiving.
So, but, I know her concerns are going to be also the same. She would much rather. So I just wanted to make sure that I was correct on that and that we had that same concern. So thank you.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, seeing no further questions, thank you all very much. Thank you. I think we have one virtual participant. Ms. Bolts, you're up. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Dr. Jessica Bowles. I'm a forensic nurse examiner, nurse practitioner, and the clinical director of the Forensic Medical Unit at Adventist Healthcare Shady Grove Medical Center, and co-chair of the Montgomery County Sexual Assault Response Team. The unit I oversee had over 1,400 patient encounters last year and collected 194 physical evidence recovery kits related to sexual assault or abuse. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 789 regarding sexual assault evidence collection kits, preservation and storage with amendments. There are two particular reasons I would like to highlight that make this legislation important to my patients. The The first is that this legislation defines sexual assault evidence collection kit. Without this definition, there's room for ambiguity about what constitutes a sexual assault evidence collection kit. The ambiguity can lead to potentially critical evidence being placed in limbo between the healthcare provider that collects the evidence and law enforcement accepting it as evidence. Lack of a standard definition can be especially problematic cross-jurisdictionally and create disparities in what is considered evidence across our state. The second main reason I'm here in support of this legislation is because with amendments, it includes protections for self-collection or do-it-yourself kits. These kits are an emerging trend across our country and the globe. Their utility in the criminal justice process is not yet understood. Meanwhile, if not protected, potentially valuable evidence collected in a manner that meets the needs of the victims could be lost forever. This Sexual Assault Evidence Kit Committee has a unique opportunity to create best practices for these kits, including consumer guidance and protections. Development of these best practices and protections should be top priority. For all these reasons, I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 789 with sponsor amendments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Volz. No questions from the committee, so thank you for joining us. You're gone. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 789. We'll now move on to Senator Heddleman with Senate Bill 788.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Could I ask my panel to come up? Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Shelley Heddleman, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 788. Senate Bill 788 reforms our victims' compensation process. Our system of providing assistance and support to victims of crime is broken right now. It is inefficient, it is unresponsive to the needs of too many victims, and it is slow. Most importantly, it only reinforces negative associations with our criminal justice system and isn't nimble enough to address the real needs of the victim when they need it so desperately, right after a trauma. The Criminal Injuries Compensation Board is responsible for providing compensation to victims of crime. And unfortunately, the data demonstrates that the CICB disproportionately rejects Black applicants and their families from receiving compensation and provides artificial barriers, disallowing a significant number of crime victims from participating in the program. For example, we know that Black and Brown communities are frequently distrustful of law enforcement and may not report their crime. So the requirement that it be reported within 48 hours of a crime having been committed is one significant barrier to participation. The bill expands the definition of who within the crime victim's orbit would be eligible for support, and it broadens that definition of family to reflect today's current family structures. It tightens up the time period where the board has to respond to an applicant's request from 90 days to 30 days. And it removes the requirement that someone cannot have contributed to their own victimization, but it continues current law's requirement that, quote, a person who commits a crime or delinquent act that is the basis of a claim or an accomplice of the person is not eligible to receive an award with respect to the claim, unquote. The bill changes the makeup of the board to more broadly reflect whose expertise we need on it, and those who have lived experiences as crime victims are included. The bill tightens the time required to turn around and answer about participating in the program, and it expands the assistance for emergency awards. This is a program where delays can contribute substantially to one's ability to heal quickly. And there is no such thing as a perfect victim, but by tightening up the efficiency of the program and being more responsive, I believe we'll be able to build trust among underserved communities and law enforcement that will enhance public safety. The bill also alters the funding source to support the program, which is now largely gathered through courts' fine and fees programs, and it switches it over to the general fund. The current method takes funds that are disproportionately contributed by the same community we're trying to serve here. You're going to hear from our panel some personal stories about individual experiences with the CICB. And you're going to hear about why the current system is failing, both from a research-based academic rationale, as well as directly from personal and practical perspectives. And finally, you will hear about why this approach is the most appropriate reform effort. I am urging your support of Senate Bill 788, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have before turning it over to my panel.
Thank you, Senator Hettleman. I think we're going to hear from the panel before questions, if that's okay
Great,
with you.
thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Melanie Shapiro. I'm the Public Policy Director with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. We are the federally recognized state domestic violence coalition representing the 19 comprehensive domestic violence programs, as well as allied organizations and individuals in Maryland. I'd like to thank Senator Hettleman for her leadership on this bill. Senate Bill 788 is a bill for all victims of crime, and what victims want and need is a crucial part of the public safety conversation. Victims of crime need help in their recovery, and that is what this bill is all about. Helping victims. As Senator Hettleman has already indicated, Maryland's victim compensation process is quite honestly broken. There are annual mandated reports that are filed by the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board where victim compensation is housed. In fiscal year 2022, here are the numbers. Number of claims filed, 855. Number of claims denied or closed, 460. Number granted, 354. Number of domestic violence related claims paid, 0. These numbers are not an anomaly, and prior years' numbers are consistent with these numbers. Senate Bill 788 takes a comprehensive approach and restructures the entire victim compensation process. It is what victim compensation can look like and should look like for victims of crime in Maryland. As Senator Hettleman already indicated, we refocus the purpose of victim compensation from the crime that was committed to the harm that was caused. Was there a physical injury? Was there a psychological injury? And what does a victim need to be made whole? Victim compensation is still a payer of last resort, but we must remove the arbitrary barriers to eligibility, such as reporting a crime within 48 hours and cooperating with law enforcement. Most domestic violence crimes are not reported, over half are unreported, and therefore those individuals would be ineligible for victim compensation despite being a victim of a crime because they have not reported it to law enforcement or cooperated with prosecution. Senate Bill 788 reconstitutes the composition of the CIC board and streamlines the grant process. And as already indicated, the funding structure is modified as well, but it's not implemented until fiscal year 2025. No one victim is more or less worthy of compensation. We urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 788.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Heather Warnken, and I am the Executive Director of the University of Baltimore School of Law's Center for Criminal Justice Reform. Previously, I served at the U.S. Department of Justice, where a substantial portion of my work included collaborating with and advising DOJ's Office for Victims of Crime and its constituencies of victim service and compensation programs across the country. Based on this background and experience, I am here in strong support of SB 788. This is not just about the healing and dignity of crime victims. This is about public safety. By assisting with the destabilizing expenses that come with the trauma of a violent victimization, compensation helps reduce the risk of future victimization and perpetration and the long-term costs of violence to the state. Currently, there are numerous challenges undermining the effectiveness of this program, including a harmful reliance on court fines and fees to fund these benefits, unreasonable attempts to promote victim, quote, cooperation and reporting to police within 48 hours. This is especially unjust for victims who may fear or distrust police or who may have had prior involvement with the justice system. And blaming the victim by operating on a flawed model of only supporting, quote, innocent victims, leading to determinations of worthiness too often influenced by race or other discriminatory factors described throughout our written testimony. SB 788 addresses these barriers, and it is the product of collaboration by a large and diverse coalition of organizations and directly impacted people navigating these barriers every day. The state is also financially incentivized to make urgent improvements to CICB, given that the federal government provides substantial matching funds to state compensation expenditures, up to 75%. Lastly, as this body inevitably wrestles with this question of how do we pay for it, we pose with what both research and policy tells us is a more apropos question for our communities hardest hit by violence. How do we not? We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Senator Hedelman, for your support and leadership on this. JPI is here in support of SB 788. I'm sorry, again, my name is Keith Wallington. I am with the Justice Policy Institute. We're here in support of 788. When we talk about reimagining how we invest in public safety, victim support is an area that we must address so that support is available to all victims. This bill puts blinders on victim support services so that no victim needs are prioritized over others. We know it's needed, not just by looking at the data, but by talking to impacted victims frustrated that they were locked out or wasn't even aware of the resource in their biggest time of need. If the goal of CICB is to help crime survivors be whole, then there should be no use for discriminatory factors. The need is real. This is about the time that I would turn and talk to the research and data behind it, but this was actually kind of personal for me. I shared in my written testimony that when I was a college student, my brother was shot and killed. I come from a very low income family. And our biggest time of need, the need was immediate. My brother and I, we were in college at the time. We didn't even have the resources to get home. The university had to actually come up with the resources to send us home for the funeral. Then when we got home, we had friends donate money for clothes for the wake, for the funeral, for food. We didn't even put a tombstone, a headstone on his grave until much longer after we buried him because we couldn't afford it. And then we got through the funeral. That was just the beginning. My mother was active and healthy prior to my brother's death, and she went into a cocoon where her health began to immediately deteriorate. She never moved forward, never came out of that cocoon, never got on my brother's death. It consumed her into her own death a couple of years ago. I fully support SB 788 so that all crime survivors have the resources to heal and move forward. Thank you again for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan, and I'm a survivor of domestic abuse. After being strangled, having bones broken, suffering a lung contusion, 2 staples in my head, and several concussions, I had an outrageous amount of medical bills. I first submitted my application to the CICB in early August of 2021. By the end of the month, I had received a response that I was missing paperwork. I submitted the requested paperwork immediately and heard nothing. January of 2022, I was told that my CICB caseworker was no longer with the organization and that I needed to resubmit everything, which I did, and I heard nothing. In April of 2022, I sent an email requesting a status update on my claim and no one got back to me. In September 2022, 13 months after initially submitting my paperwork, I heard that my claim had finally been submitted to the board. 1 month later, I received an interim letter of eligibility with a reimbursement amount of $1,214.46. I assumed that I would receive my reimbursement check within a few weeks. I didn't, so I emailed the CICB on December 8th. I got no reply, so I emailed the following week. This time I got a response that I needed to complete a W-9. I did so immediately, yet I still heard nothing. In the beginning of January 2023, this year, I started calling. I was finally told by the CICB that the holdup was on their end, that they were getting W-9s and other documentation from my healthcare providers. On January 24th, I was told that my check was being mailed out the very next day. This was not true. The letter mailed was my final decision letter, not the check that I was promised, which states two different reimbursements amounts. Page 2 of my letter states claimant is owed $455 of unreimbursed medical expenses. Yet page 3 states that the claimant be awarded $700 for the above referenced expenses. And yet wildly, the amount I requested is $790. To date, 19 months later, I still have not received my reimbursement. Without my relentless pursuit, what would have become of my claim? And even with my relentless pursuit, where is my reimbursement? I think it's pretty clear that the CICB needs some improvements. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story here today. Questions for the sponsor or this panel? All right, seeing none, we will call up the next panel. Senator Hedelman, you are of course welcome to stay if you need to be in your committee. That is of course okay too. We'll just go in order here. Greta Willis, Jessica Emerson, Shantae Jackson, Kyle Fletcher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jessica Emerson and I direct the Human Trafficking Prevention Project, which seeks to reduce the collateral consequences of criminal legal involvement for sex workers and survivors of human trafficking. I'm also here in support of Senate Bill 788. One of the most crucial changes the bill will make, as you heard, is the elimination of the determination as to, quote, whether and to what extent the victim claimant was responsible for their own injury. Presence of this language within the current statute reinforces the, quote, myth of the perfect victim, which means that to be considered a real victim of crime, you can't struggle with addiction, you can't live in poverty, have a mental illness, and you definitely cannot engage in commercial sex or have a criminal record. This manufactured and unrealistic distortion allows us to question the legitimacy of the claims of any individual who does not act like a victim, while in the same breath minimizing or even forgiving the abuser's act of violence. This is of particular relevance to both trafficking survivors and sex workers who commonly have criminal records and experience victimization as a result of their involvement in the sex trades. Consider the victims of Mr. Charles Nabit, former owner of Mountain Manor, a substance use recovery center in Baltimore City, who pleaded guilty to transporting women across state lines for purposes of engaging in commercial sex and coordinated with a trafficker for access to his victims, all of whom either were or had received treatment at Mountain Manor. Mr. Nabit's defense attorney leaned hard on the prevailing image of, quote, victims like this by referring to them as prostitutes and commenting explicitly on their drug use. Mr. Nabit's victims would likely fail CICB's perfect victim test, given that they were using illegal drugs and engaging in sex work when they were purposely recruited, exploited, and victimized by both Mr. Nabit and the trafficker he was working in concert with. For far too long, the people who have been most harmed by the criminal legal system and targeted for violence have been the least supported by the state and have been excluded from conversations about public safety. The victim compensation process needs to support all victims, not just those deemed worthy by standards rooted in victim blaming. For these reasons, the Human Trafficking Prevention Project supports Senate Bill 788 and respectfully urges a favorable report. Thanks. Oops.
Greetings, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, and members. My name is Reverend Greta Willis. I am the co-founder of the Kevin L. Cooper Foundation and also an impacted family member of homicide. We strongly support SB 788, which will create an accessible, non-discriminatory victim compensation process to support all victims of crime or their family members left behind. It will provide prompt and critical financial support when it is needed most and remove unnecessary arbitrary denials of financial relief for applicants for expenses incurred as a result of being a victim of crime. For the families that I work with, as well as for myself and my family, as being an impacted family member of violence. Being denied the financial relief from the Victim Composition Board is unimaginable. During those times of need in which you are truly in need of those finances, being able to not receive them, it is really a struggle and a hardship on family members. Due to those victims that you may have who don't know who their assailant is, don't understand or cooperate with law enforcement, they should not be re-victimized because they do not know who the perpetrator of the crime was. This needs to change, and to prevent and provide some compensation for the families that are left behind. So with this, I strongly urge you all to be favorable with this bill, SB 788. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Shantae Jackson, the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement for Baltimore City, here in support of Senate Bill 788. CICB was established to provide financial assistance to victims and survivors of violent crime when no other resources are available. When we talk about providing financial support to victims and survivors for crime-related costs, we're talking about fundamental needs. We're talking about mental and dental costs, mental health counseling, funeral and burial costs, lost wages, loss of support. We're talking about crime scene cleanup in people's houses. By expanding the eligibility for awards, this legislation addresses important gaps in coverage and helps the CICB fulfill its mission by being more inclusive. Compared to other states, the Maryland CICB is more restrictive, specifically when compared with national statistics. And those of you that I've testified for before, you know that I'm a data girl, so it's going to be some statistics here. Compared with national statistics, victims are underserved when they are trying to get reimbursement from CICB if they are victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, gun violence, and child abuse. I want to put that into some real terms for folks. We heard from a survivor of domestic violence a couple of minutes ago. Only one domestic violence related claim was paid in the last 5 fiscal years. Over 30,000 claims are submitted every fiscal year. Over half of the claims were denied as ineligible or closed for all claims with no compensation in fiscal year 22. We are asking for a favorable report on Senate Bill 788. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the committee for having us here today. I'm Kyle Fisher. I'm an emergency room doc at the University of Maryland, and I'm the policy director for the Health Alliance for Violence Intervention. I'm here on behalf of the HAVI today. The HAVI, we are a national network that represents hospital-based violence intervention programs. These are programs that are victim services organizations that help support survivors of gun violence. Our patients are mostly young Black and brown men that have survived these injuries and are looking to move on with their life. And why I'm here today is we routinely hear from our member programs, of which we have about a half dozen in Maryland, that this system does not work for our patients. And to put it just bluntly, our patients are almost universally denied compensation in the state of Maryland. It might as well not even exist if you're someone that is a survivor of gun violence. And let me just put this a little bit more bluntly, right? These are survivors of attempted murder. And that crime does not get paid out in the state of Maryland. It's wrong. Luckily, this bill does quite a bit to help support and survive our survivors. It fixes outdated rules that are based on the world as it should be rather than the world as it is, of which many people have already talked about today. It helps prevent folks from being re-traumatized
during their recovery, right? Imagine you're trying to get on with your life. You need a little bit of financial stability because you shouldn't have to pay for your own victimization. And now you're stuck dealing with bureaucracy and, talking to government agents all the time. It's wrong, but we can help it. So I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us here today. Questions for this panel, Senator Carter.
Mr. Chair, thanks to the sponsor, Senator Hellman, for bringing the bill. I'm going to direct my question initially to Greta Willis, but then, of course, I'd welcome anyone to chime in. So, Ms. Willis, I've known you for a long time. I've told you before that I specifically remember when your son, Kevin Cooper, was killed. At that time, it was before body-worn cameras. It was before it was in vogue to talk about the traumas to families with police involved shootings and killings. And so you testified about the need for this bill, and you don't have to necessarily talk about your own situation, but I wanted to highlight your predicament because my question is geared toward the testimony that the young man, sorry, I don't remember your name, the gentleman that just spoke, brought up more than anyone else, which is this idea of disparity in how decisions are made for who is compensated. A lot of people in Annapolis and all over the state highlight the violence in Baltimore City and highlight, how or express concern for victims of violence in Baltimore City. This year alone in my district, there have been a number of teenagers that have been shot and or killed. And in reaching out to those families, I've been a little bewildered about how to ensure that they get any type of compensation. And so for you or anyone else that can speak about that, I'd like to know, one, you said there's virtually no compensation for victims of gun violence, which is a really prevalent amount of violence. How is this bill going to ensure that we are more just and more fair in how those decisions are made? And people like you, Ms. Willis, how do you believe the system has failed you? And how does this bill help to correct that? If you can talk about that a little bit.
Well, for myself and my family as a whole, as watching my son lose his life in front of me, I was in need at that time to receive some compensation, to be able to receive mental health services for myself, which I still have not received, or even an apology from Baltimore City 17 years later. Still being able to stand on the front lines and be that advocate for other families who have gone through the same victimization and trauma that I have received during that time. Being able to be able with families, the other families that we encounter in the school system, they are going through the same thing. They are not able to receive funding because they are denied. And I was denied. I have not received any compensation from the Criminal Compensation Board because of my circumstance with police that murdered my son.
I understand. So it looks like a good bill, and there's a lot of components to it, and I don't know that I've fully grasped every single component, but I want to propose a potential amendment. Not that this is the right form for it, but I see that I think there's an effort to kind of fix the disparity by saying that a member of the board members have to make up the racial, gender makeup of the jurisdiction or whatever. But I actually think that the board should include an impacted person who knows what it is to try to get some type of help from the system and not have it. So that's my proposed amendment. But anyone else that wants to talk or answer, I am curious to know, what is the issue? Like, what can you pinpoint as the reason that people like Greta Willis and families like Greta Willis don't get any compensation at all?
at my center, we help families like Greta Willis's, as well as the non-fatal gunshot survivors that Dr. Fisher spoke of. There's 3 issues for gunshot survivors. Well, really 2, because obviously there's going to be a police report if they go into a hospital, right? So that barrier doesn't exist for this particular population. However, there's a form the police have to fill out that CICB requires them to fill out in order to process the claim that says, did this person cooperate with the police? And was the person culpable in any way, as Ms. Emerson mentioned? And so what happens with this primarily with this group, as we know, the majority of gunshot survivors across the country, but certainly in Baltimore City, but this is true nationally, are young Black men. When they are asked, when they're brought into the hospital suffering from a life risking, injury, they are stopped by the police in the hospital, and whoever that either officer or detective is, typically it's a detective that will come to the hospital, a shooting detective, will say, who shot you? And if that young man says, I don't know, or is, under some kind of pain medication, isn't able to process, that is in many, many cases, the last time that survivor hears from that detective, because there's an assumption that, the no snitching culture is what's prevailing, and I'm not going to get anything from this shooting survivor. It's a very non-trauma informed belief that if that person really knew who shot them, that they would tell them right away at that emergency room visit. Ms. Jackson to my left can talk about all sorts of reforms that we're working on in the city to make that practice not prevalent, but it is for those reasons. The police will fill out a form saying, Mr. So-and-so, whoever was shot, was not cooperative and or was culpable in their own shooting. And so that's what we see at Roar for the vast majority of the denials. Now, if Miss Greta had submitted an application after her son was killed by the police, it would be slightly different because we knew who the shooters were, right? But in other instances, family members are then denied benefits. So if that young man who's wheeled into the hospital is then dies, family members would not be eligible for counseling, for funeral expenses, again, because if there was, this person maybe had a prior involvement in the criminal justice system, or candidly racial profiling of saying, we know why young men get shot in Baltimore City, he must have been doing something, so we're denying that claim. Now, my attorneys at Roar, we appeal those denials, and we have almost 100% success rate at those appeals. So I would submit that it is the process that's currently in place, we've been able to demonstrate doesn't even follow the current law, but needless to say, removing those barriers from the statute will alleviate a great need, a great burden for these families and for the survivors.
Because I was going to ask you about the oversight. Like, I can't even really believe that based on an assumption, because someone couldn't point to their actual shooter at the immediate time of trauma, right after the trauma, that would be something that would form a basis for anything. But I also feel that perhaps, and maybe the bill addresses this, or maybe you can speak to it, people need help navigating the system. It shouldn't be incumbent upon a victim right in the heels of the trauma to answer questions that are then going to be used to make a decision as to their potential for compensation. And so I'm thinking there should be an advocate. Families ought to have an immediate advocate that goes out and explains to them the process and how they can navigate the system.
Yes, ma'am. I would say prior to the Scott administration, specifically as we think about gunshot survivors or the families of homicide victims, there was no singular agency responsible for delivering care, advocacy for these families and for these victims. You have community-based organizations like Roar and others that do have advocates to do that work. In addition to that, BPD has a victim services unit. I would offer that unit is just beginning to get built out. And in fact, we are having.
Phyllis, how helpful is BPD's victim unit that would not hold accountable the very officers that killed her son, Kevin Cooper?
So without having the details of that case before me, I would offer that your point is a very valid one, and one of the reasons why the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement has a victim services unit. We are intimately familiar with the fact that not all Baltimoreans will want to engage with BPD personnel, whether sworn or unsworn, in cases just due to the history of policing in Baltimore City. And so there are advocates on our team. In fact, we just testified in the House yesterday with regard to gunshot victimization and relocating individuals, which is very connected to this bill, in making your point around the trauma that you're immediately facing. You may know who shot you and you don't want to say anything because you might be dead, or a family member might be dead if you say something. And so this bill specifically allows for adjustments, modifications to how the CICB operates, the requirement eligibility, in ways that are rooted in equity and rooted in what the realities of our communities in Maryland are.
Great. It sounds like we have some good ideas here and may need to sidebar this. All right, seeing no further questions for this panel, I'm going to move on to Joyce King, Joyce Lombardi, Tess McLean, Lisa Sloyer.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Joyce Lombardi. I represent Center for Hope. We serve about 6,000 victims of various types of abuse in Baltimore City: child abuse, elder abuse, gun violence. Our program managers across all of these programs report a lot of some of the problems that you've heard about here today. One of the ones I want to highlight is the administrative problems. I myself am a lawyer, and so I stepped in to help a few of our gun violence victims in our Kuji Chakalia program. And those victims were, there was one who was a family who was at home, knock on the door, they answered it, they were shot. They turned out to be the victim of a knock and shoot gang initiation. Another, someone getting off the bus after his shift, being a power washer, shot, doesn't know who. Another one is a mason, who was attacked by a white supremacist when he's out laying concrete in Reisterstown. He was determined to be a victim of hate crime. Even though I'm a lawyer, I've handled toxic torts, complex litigation. The amount of money I got for these clients is zero. And so I was surprised to see enormous amount of administrative delays, lack of transparency, unreasonable demands for paperwork, despite affidavits and things that I was able to provide for them, lost paperwork, no communication. And so I turn your attention to part of this bill, pages 5 and 6, ask for an accounting mechanism to have the board be accountable for what are your delays, what is the time that you're receiving. We found no recourse to be able to even get some answers and transparency. Therefore, for those reasons, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable members. I'm the other Joyce King. I'm Chief Counsel of the Frederick County State's Attorney's Office and co-chair of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association Special Victims Committee. MSAA supports SB 7888 with the proposed amendments from MCAS. I'll let my distinguished colleague, Ms. Jordan, explain those further. We echo the testimony that CICB is currently not an effective reimbursement options for our victims. In meeting with our representatives from all 24 jurisdictions, as well as our forensic services patient navigator at Frederick Health Hospital, cumulatively, collectively, are thousands and thousands of victims that we have served. We could only think of under 10 cases where victims were reimbursed. We believe that this is not just an issue of public health, this is an issue of public safety. I want to highlight just non-fatal strangulation, violence and intimate partner violence and physical child abuse specifically. Strangulation is a lethal form of violence, and unconsciousness can occur within seconds and death within under 2 minutes. Medical examinations and forensic documentation of these events are not only life-saving, but they're an invaluable prosecutorial tool. We see that these victims are not seeking out proper care because they don't have the ability to pay because of their experiences within this system and knowing that they're not going to get reimbursement. They are not safe and justice continues not to be done. We are essentially asking that these victims and patients to choose between their health and their ability to pay rent, support families, make car payments, and keep their families safe. We want all our victims to have equal access to care and comprehensive support. MSAA asks for a favorable report of SB 788. Thank you.
Thank you to the committee. My name is Tess McLean, and I'm a staff attorney with Maryland Legal Aid's Victim Assistance Program, which represents low-income survivors of domestic violence in civil protective orders, divorce, custody, and child support. When our clients are fleeing an abusive situation, they need timely access to emergency and restorative financial support. Under the current victim compensation scheme, as you've heard, that support is virtually non-existent. Earlier this year, an MLA client, Ms. D, sought and obtained a protective order against her husband of more than 20 years. Because they had lived together in his parents' house, Ms. D was forced to leave with no time to prepare. Ms. D, who is legally disabled, was suddenly responsible for a security deposit, rent, furniture, and transportation. She also pays for medical bills resulting from her husband's abuse and for therapy that she now attends on a weekly basis. Despite the pain and costs resulting from her abuse, Ms. D is not eligible for financial assistance under the current victim compensation system. Why? Because she didn't call the police within 48 hours, because many of her expenses, relocation fees, transportation to her therapy appointments are not covered, and because, as has been mentioned, but I think is worth repeating, only one domestic violence-related claim has been paid in the last 5 fiscal years. SB 788 addresses these issues by removing numerous requirements that bar DV victims from eligibility, including the requirement that a victim must report the crime to law enforcement within 48 hours, and that a victim must cooperate with law enforcement. MLA attorneys know that in domestic violence cases where victims tend to have close emotional ties to their abuser, share children with them, are financially dependent on them, victims often delay in reporting the crime to police if they report at all. Additionally, many victims do not report out of fear that their abuser will retaliate or simply because trauma does not operate on a 2-day schedule. The bill also expands the categories of eligible expenses to include relocation fees, transportation, and childcare costs associated with medical treatment. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Sloyer, and I am an Advocacy and Resource Program Manager at Turnaround Inc., a Baltimore-based organization that has been working with victims of intimate partner violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking for more than 40 years. We urge the committee to issue a favorable report to SB 788. I also want to acknowledge that I am a resident of District 44A and wanted to thank Senator Sidnor for his work on this committee. The current system for compensating victims is not working. Too often, the survivors we work with are left without financial resources they need to move forward after enduring horrific trauma. For survivors of intimate partner violence, immediate financial support is crucial. Senate Bill 788 ensures that survivors are compensated fairly and quickly. The proposed legislation also reflects the reality of how trauma can impact a victim's behavior. Survivors need time to heal from their trauma before telling their story, and the proposed changes allow victims to apply for compensation at any time, regardless of police intervention. These changes in the law would have made a huge difference to one of my clients. As a survivor of intimate partner violence, she needed compensation funds after leaving her abuser. Filling out the application was painful, requiring her to recount what happened to her in detail. 6 months passed before she received a response, and even then, there was no compensation, just a re-traumatizing demand for additional proof of the abuse she endured. Luckily, my client found work and became financially stable. But for others, this kind of delayed response can be dangerous, as survivors may be forced to return to an abusive partner or to engage in street economy for survival. Victims deserve a compassionate compensation process and swift financial help, so that they can build lives for themselves and their families. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report on SB 788. Thank you.
All right, questions for this panel? Seeing no questions, we'll move on to our next witnesses, Lydia Watts, Darlene Kane, Lisa Jordan. And then we'll move to virtual, please.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Lydia Watts. I'm the Executive Director of the Rebuild, Overcome, and Rise Center at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, also known as ROAR. I'm here representing the interests of the over 600 victims of crime from Baltimore City that my center has assisted since our inception in June of 2019. We assist victims of all types of crime, abuse, and harm, folks who live in Baltimore City, specifically, 60% of whom are survivors of gun violence. So again, non-fatal gunshot survivors, as well as family members of homicide survivors. I've also been a practicing attorney for over 26 years. Most of that time I practiced in the District of Columbia. You've already heard that the denial rate in Maryland is close to 50% or even over 50% in 2022. In 2021, the denial rate in the District of Columbia was 0.2%. They processed 1,948 claims and denied only 3. In that same year, Maryland processed 930, so 1,000 less, and denied 455. That is a 48.9% denial rate. I will tell you, as an attorney in the District of Columbia, we relied upon the Victims' Compensation Fund, the comparable fund in the District of Columbia, very much for all of our survivors of crime. We could go into that center with proof of expenses, and get a check within a couple of days, even sometimes on the spot. That program also provided immediate hotel stays for anybody who is fearful of returning to their home because either they were a survivor of intimate partner violence and they lived with the person who caused them harm, or a gunshot survivor, which is what we see every day in Baltimore City, is folks not feeling comfortable or safe returning to their home. When I first came to Maryland 4 years ago and saw how different the statute was here from the District of Columbia, I immediately started working on this reform before you. For all of those reasons, I urge a favorable report of SB 788.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and committee. My name is Darlene Kane. I'm the president and founder of Mothers on the Move. I strongly support SB 788, whereas victims of crime families left behind will have a disciplinary victim compensation process. Families are left traumatized, need assistance with medical care, mental health care, counseling, lost wages, funeral burial expenses, and most importantly, compensation to help reduce the risk of future victimization and perpetration of harm. Bill SB 788 is very important to me because I applied for victim compensation after my son, Dale Graham, was killed on October 28, 2008 by a Baltimore City police officer. Dale left behind 2 daughters, a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. I didn't have an advocate at that time to help me with the application process as well. I wasn't prepared to care for my grandchildren at a moment's notice, nor return back to work at University of Maryland Shot Trauma, a very fast-paced job. My application was denied. I applied for a waiver and again denied. I could have used the funds towards his funeral and burial costs, counseling for me and his daughters, lost wages because I struggled and I could not focus on returning to work, nor my next steps towards healing, whichever that could have been at that time. Your mind is in a fog. You don't know which direction you're going to go. I stand on behalf of families unaware of the victim compensation, which could help families and survivors, especially the siblings, at a crucial time coping with the loss of their loved ones towards healing. I ask you for a favor for SB 788. And I also want to say that due to trauma and grief that I've been through, even with my friend, Dr. Greta Willis, we still have been able, through all that we've been through, having received compensation, to still do community relation work. We work with and partner with all organizations in the city. Thank you so much for hearing my voice today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Jordan with the Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We're here in strong support of Senate Bill 788. I do have, they're very minor and I hope very friendly amendments. And these are offered because of the work that the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault does with sexual assault kit reimbursements, which also goes through CICB. And in one of those, and Mr. Vice Chair, I'm sure you remember that you sponsored the bill that helped protect the privacy of survivors of sexual assault when reimbursement was requested, making sure that when a nurse requests reimbursement for a safe exam, they did not have to include a full narrative nor a photograph. And so we suggest that you also include that here. Similarly, the current law allows the board to require a victim of crime to have a medical exam with no limit on that. And we would respectfully suggest that you really should limit the times that someone should have to endure a medical exam to be reimbursed for being a victim of crime. The final amendment that we would suggest, I almost hesitate to suggest it, but I did want to call the committee's attention to the Weems case, which you may be familiar with. Mother had a daycare center in her home. She learned that her husband was sexually abusing the children at the daycare center and she shot him. And she was convicted of shooting him and sentenced. And I hesitate to say that the board should not consider the circumstances at all, and that perpetrator of child sex abuse who was shot really by someone who was angered and concerned about those kids should get full access to compensation. So I also will say that you absolutely should eliminate this requirement that if someone were involved in that they can't get compensation. We've had cases where survivors of statutory rape were involved in, and that's just inappropriate. So very minor amendments, I hope very friendly. The Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault urges a favorable report on Senate Bill 788.
Okay, seeing no questions, we'll move to our virtual panel. Robert Morgan, Braden Stinar, and Andrea Gentile.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Robert Morgan. From 2014 to 2018, I was the assistant chef at the University of Maryland Medical Center with the proud responsibility of serving 963 patients lunch every day. And in the course of that, in a sad day in 2018, I was victimized by an aggravated assault and rendered unable to continue with my work profession. My encounters with the Criminal Injury Compensation Board have provoked me to be very staunchly in support of a favorable report of the bill before you. It was like uphill sledding, and I was looked at with disdain, dispassion, and sometimes outright contempt in my efforts to get compensation when I sorely needed it. I was told the fax machine wasn't working. I was asked for income tax reform. I submitted the forms. They were told they had to get them directly from the IRS. One obstacle after another. I needed a report from my doctor. I got it. They needed to confirm it was a doctor. And this should just not be. When a person is injured and they have suffered physical violence and harm, the immediate response, according to the state's mandate of accepting more responsibility for these tragedies, is to provide aid and remediate harm, not trying to find blameworthiness or reasons to deny people compensation. But for the assistance of victims advocates like ROAR and the staunch support of my delegate, Dalia Attar, and my training as a paralegal, I would have never been able to navigate this obstacle course and get compensation, which is supposed to be done efficiently. And I just say there should be support for this bill and it should be favorably reported because this is in accordance with the state's mandate. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gentile, why don't you go next, please?
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Andy Gentile. I'm the Senior State Policy Manager for Alliance for Safety and Justice, and we're here in strong support of SB 788. We are a multi-state organization that aims to advance public safety priorities that are rooted in community well-being, healing, and support for survivors. Our flagship program, Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice, represents a growing network of over 180,000 survivors nationally. And we've spent the last decade advocating for policies that remove barriers to healing for those who have for too long been left out of receiving help. Every state has a victim compensation program, which acts as a payer of last resort to cover expenses like funerals and counseling, and can be a lifeline that allows survivors to focus on healing. But according to our 2022 national poll, 96% of victims of violence did not receive victim compensation. And the situation in Maryland is even more dire. Maryland has one of the lowest grant rates in the country. Maryland also has policies which data show result in higher rates of denial for people of color and other marginalized survivors. This legislation makes several model changes to improve access and equity. Among these, SB 788 would expand access to support for survivors who do not immediately report to law enforcement and end denials based on subjective assessments of victim cooperativeness. More than half of violent crimes are not reported to police. Survivors may face very real threats of retaliation or fear of being blamed or not believed. Getting survivors help increases safety. Maryland would join a number of states, including, for example, Louisiana, New Mexico, and Illinois, that allow survivors to use other forms of reliable documentation. SB 788 also addresses eligibility exclusions that effectively blame the victim for their own victimization. These determinations are often driven by initial impressions of law enforcement and susceptible to structural biases. A look at data on policies like these show that Black victims and families are denied significantly more often than white victims. Survivor members in our network that these kinds of determinations compound trauma. And the bill removes the program's counterproductive reliance on criminal justice fines and fees, which are inherently unstable and create challenges to providing survivors with consistent help. Onerous fines and fees also trap low-income people in the justice system in cycles of impossible debt. Maryland would join a number of other states that use general funds in combination with matching federal funds. Thank you, and we respectfully ask for a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Stenar.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee, and thank you for the privilege to speak before you today. My name is Braden Steiner, and I'm a third-year law student at the University of Baltimore and research fellow with the Center for Criminal Justice Reform. I'm here today to testify in support of SB 788. This bill seeks to address barriers and clear pathways for all victims to get access to the support and dignity they deserve. Now, victim compensation is about public safety. By assisting with the destabilizing expenses that come with the trauma of violent victimization, such as medical care, mental health care, lost wages, funeral and burial expenses, crime scene cleanup, and more, compensation helps reduce the risk of future victimization and perpetration of harm. It also helps reduce the long-term costs of violence to the state. The current victim compensation process disproportionately disqualifies and alienates applicants of color and their families from receiving compensation at alarming rates, especially Black men and youth impacted by gun and other forms of community violence. Now, as you previously heard, Maryland in particular has one of the lowest grant rates of victim compensation in the entire country. Over half of all claims were denied victim compensation in Maryland as ineligible or closed without any compensation in fiscal year 22. Along with the harm the current practice causes to communities of color, our state also routinely denies women the support they need. In fact, as you previously heard, 0 victims of domestic violence related crimes were awarded the compensation they sought in fiscal year 22. 0. After decades of well-known challenges, this bill is the product of collaboration by a large and growing coalition of diverse organizations and directly impacted people who represent the victims and survivors facing these barriers every single day. All survivors of violence, even those we don't deem perfect, require our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions for our virtual witnesses, that concludes the hearing for that bill. We'll now move on to Senator Folden, Senate Bill 463. Senator Folden, we may have a witness on another bill who needs to leave, so we'll take this one first. We may go to another bill and then return to you. Okay.
So 463 first, sir. All right. Mr. Chair, remaining members of the committee. For the record, Senator Fulton, District 4, Frederick County, bringing before you today Senate Bill 463, which is a public safety permit to wear, carry, and transport a handgun, denial, refund of application fees. Between the years of 2019 and 2022, there were 2,568 initial applications and 246 renewal applications that were deemed to be not good and substantial, and as a result, those applications were denied by the state police. In light of the Bruin decision, these applications being denied was obviously deemed to be unconstitutional, and this bill serves to be the conduit to allow those persons that were denied the opportunity to have those fees that they were denied on, the $75 fees, refunded to them. And that's really the crux of the bill. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. The crux of the problem here is the sovereign immunity of the state of Maryland. If this permitting system had been a locality, they would be liable under Section 1983 for this $75 and a lot more. So once again, the state is hiding behind its sovereign immunity, because there's no doubt after Buren that the good and substantial reason requirement was unconstitutional under controlling Supreme Court precedent, and it's cited in my written testimony. It has always been unconstitutional. The amount of compensation sought in this bill is a mere $75, which is a pittance compared to what it costs to apply for a permit in this state, which is not merely $75 for the application fee, but another $70 for the fingerprinting, mandatory, the background check, mandatory, and the mandatory training, which starts at around $400 if you can find it. So the cost out of pocket for these individuals who were unlawfully and unconstitutionally denied a carry permit is much, much higher than $75. The request for compensation for $75 is simply a recognition that the prior denials were wrongful, and that is the least the state can do. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Mr. Pennock, I know you didn't mean this, but just for clarity and those watching at home, you don't mean to indicate that the police did anything wrongful. They were following the law. The law is unconstitutional. And so in retrospect, they were, those denials were wrong.
I think the state police were following Maryland law, and the Maryland law was in fact the unconstitutional part. There was nothing wrong with the state police following Maryland law. It's just that the Maryland law itself was unconstitutional. And this body set the $75 fee, not the Maryland State Police.
Right, absolutely. All right, we'll move to our virtual testimony, unless there's questions for the sponsors or Mr. Pennock. All right, seeing no questions, we'll move to our virtual testimony. Brent Amsbaugh, Nicholas Datella. And Brent, why don't you go first, please?
Hi, my name is Brent Amsbaugh. I'm testifying from Carroll County. So the easiest thing I can say is you have known, you being the Maryland General Assembly, have known since 2012 when the Willard decision was released that good and substantial was found unconstitutional. This body decided to fight tooth and nail to make sure that we didn't have the right to carry a firearm outside of our home for self-defense. Now, I applied probably end of 2019, beginning of 2020, before COVID. And I was denied. I found out later that if I had a business of my own and could show cash flow, then y'all would be more than happy to give me a concealed carry permit, which tells me that the state of Maryland values the money more than the life of the person, which I find despicable, to be completely honest. You set everything up for me to be able to apply for my permit, but not actually get one. Therefore, you stole money from me. I urge a favorable review of this bill. I think it is important for the state of Maryland to learn from this, to return the money to people that they unconstitutionally denied the right to carry concealed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amsbaugh. Mr. Ditello, you're up. Mr. Ditello, we have a policy that you have to be on camera as if you were in person. Thank you so much. Go ahead. You're muted, Mr. Ditello. Please unmute yourself and then we'll be good to go. We can see and hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Well, just wanted to thank you all for listening to me as your constituent, a student, and a civil rights advocate. I frequently find myself against bills, but today I'm for this bill. I personally have applied for the wear and carry permit. I went through the passport photos, and I'll show this part, the fingerprinting, all of that. I went ahead and applied. It took me several years before I went ahead and did it. I'm legally, I've been able to do it, to apply, but I knew that I'd probably not get that carry permit because of the restrictions that with the good and substantial reason. I personally would like to see that the people that did apply, regardless, would get a $75 refund for that application. I personally didn't apply because it just didn't seem viable. A lot of people got burned by this and hurt by this. I think every year we keep having additional bills, rinse and repeat, that don't really hurt criminals, they hurt us. I don't think it's a huge ask. I'm just simply asking, can we please just have a good faith bill here that would repair a little bit of the damage done to citizens that were just trying to get their carry permit. We're not trying to be, against you. We're just trying to live our lives. We're just trying to get through the process, be able to protect ourselves. That's it. Yeah. And as others have said, the Bruin decision did determine that this good and substantial reason has always been unconstitutional. So for those reasons, I'd like you to find this bill favorable.
Thank you, Mr. Ditello. Questions for Mr. Ditello? All right, seeing no questions. I would move this bill favorable right now. It's if the law was unconstitutional, the law is unconstitutional, and it's a good bill, but we may need to ask our friends at Budget and Tax before we do that. So that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 463. We're going to move a little out of order to accommodate witness schedules. And so the next bill we'll take is my own. That's Senate Bill 684. This is 684. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate you hearing this bill. It's a short but an important one. I'm going to introduce you in a moment to a constituent of mine. Her name is Giselle Morch, and she is a wonderful human being who's gone through a terrible tragedy in her life. Her son, JC, was murdered a number of years ago by 3 individuals. One was pulled the trigger, one was the getaway driver, and one was the robber. In my mind, they are all murderers, and they all went to jail. One of the gentlemen who committed the murder was paroled. And Ms. Morch, in her right as a victim, received notification that the gentleman who was being paroled was in fact being paroled. The notification is what you see in front of you on the screen. And it's hard to read, but it basically says this: the man who murdered your son is being paroled. If you have any questions or if you feel unsafe, call this 1-800 number for the Department of Corrections and Public Safety. And Ms. Morse contacted me about the underlying issue, whether there was any way to stop her son's murderer from being paroled. And the answer to that question, unfortunately, was no. The parole board's decision is the parole board's decision, and I respect it. But when I saw the notification itself, I was so deeply offended by how impersonal this was and how we are, perhaps not intentionally, but treating victims who have gone through traumatic experiences. And the idea of like, hey, this is happening, call a random customer service number if you have any questions or feel unsafe, was not an acceptable response to me. And it shouldn't be an acceptable response to any of us. Because these are human beings we're dealing with. And they should have the right to speak to other human beings as human beings. And so what the bill does is it requires the notification sent out either by the Department of Corrections, or sometimes these notifications are sent by the locals, to include the name, the email address, and the phone number of the victim services coordinator in the jurisdiction where the person who is being released was tried and sentenced, so that the victims in our community have human beings that they can talk with, that they can ask questions of, and if for any reason they feel unsafe, that they can notify. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask for a favorable report and turn it over to Ms. Morge.
Good evening to the committee and everyone here. Thank you. I'm here in hopes that you will be favorable and support SB 684. I had also did a written testimony which goes into further detail.
And if I might ask just for the record, you're Miss.
I'm sorry, I'm Giselle Merck.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm trying to stick with the time. My only son, JC Webster, was murdered July 19th, 2017. The next day I appeared on Channel 4 News and told all those involved with JC's murder that now they must come after me and may God get them. During the pandemic, a parole hearing was held over the phone where a particular individual was denied parole due to not conducting himself in a manner to qualify him for release. Last year on June 8th, I received a letter from the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services informing me that this same person will now be released on August 1st. And that's what you're looking at. And it says, "Dear Ms. Merck, we currently have a victim notification request from you on file advising us that you would like to be notified in advance of the reference inmate's actual release date. Please note that this letter is for your notification purposes only. Please be advised that the above referenced inmate is scheduled for mandatory supervision release on August 1st. It goes on to state that if I have any safety concerns, to contact my local police department. Imagine if I received such an impersonal note when I was raped or the domestic violence from my ex-husband. No, I received this note after the gun violence murder of my only son. That notice was so impersonal. It's saying, we're telling you that he's going to be released. If you feel threatened, then you need to contact the police as we're done. What is the definition of advance notice for a victim? How is that part of being the Department of Public Safety? I'm a victim because my son JC became a victim with his life. I told them on the news that they have to come after me. So will it take me ending up dead by someone who faked his way out of confinement to be back in the community? Will my family receive another impersonal Post-it note style note? Perhaps the name should be changed to Department of Correctional Services because I don't see the public safety element in this. JC has always been the one to defend people. I'm here asking for justice for my son, JC, and justice for all victims by defending the victims, not traumatizing victims with insensitive actions. I hope you can help me honor my JC by fulfilling his quote of, "I may not change the world, but I want to inspire many." I ask you to please be a change agent here from Maryland to set the example for the world to see and inspire many with the gift of hope. As many celebrated Purim and we get closer to celebrating the resurrection of Jesus, we are here for such a time as this. So please, please be favorable for SB 684. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm gonna go Senator James and Senator Folden.
Thank you so much for bringing this bill, and thank you so much, Mrs. Morse. Mrs. Morse, I been a legislator for a long time. I'm a lawyer. My husband and I both write for a living. I read every word of your written testimony. I know you didn't have time. And it is so powerful and moved me so much. And many people write powerfully, but I just need you to know that you have a gift with writing. And if you all have a moment, it's a gift for writing that it's natural, God-given. And I wanted just to tell you how beautifully you wrote this. And of course, even if you hadn't been a beautiful writer, your story is so compelling and so important. And I think we all share your frustration and almost appall over the way we're doing this right now. But I just had to tell you that you have a gift, and I hope you keep sharing it with the world in any and all ways that you want to. So thank you. It's beautiful.
Isn't that so?
Isn't that so? Isn't that
Senator
so?
Folden.
Sponsored the bill.
Miss Murch.
Yeah, you
Murch.
got it.
Hey, how are you, man? Miss Murch, is that right?
Merck, but.
Murch, okay.
Mhm.
I want to thank you for coming out today and testifying on this. Obviously, this is a very important bill, and this is one that I have a lot of support for. You know, I want to make sure that you're aware that I think you got a lot of support in this committee. I just want to be clear that your son was killed I don't want you, I want to ask you, I do want to hear, I think it's important for the record, but can you tell us how your son was killed, ma'am, if it's okay? If you can, if not, it's okay. We can read it the other way. We can read it into the record.
So I wasn't prepared for.
That's okay. You don't have to, ma'am. Ma'am, you don't have to. I just wanted to point out. I have your testimony and it's fine. I just wanted you to know that in reading this and understanding that, and I've been in law enforcement for a long time, I've made a lot of these notifications and a lot of these things are very difficult. And that this person was, your son is gone. And 4.5 years later, you're telling me you got a notice that this person that killed your son is being released. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's the long and short of this.
Mhm.
And I just.
Yeah, the shock of it was basically, it was more of a shock as far as when I received the notification.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, suppose I was on vacation or something, you know, why was it not done sooner rather than later? And then to get it where it was just, please note that this letter is for notification purposes only. There was I don't see where the part of public safety comes into play here. I don't see that. I see the part of correctional services, but not public safety. Because if you were interested in public safety, to me anyway, I would want to notify this person who went on Channel 4 News to threaten these people. I would want to notify you, hey, look, we're about to release this person in August, which is fine. You're going to release in August, but Why not tell me December, January to prepare me? And then to want to ask me that if I fear for my life, to contact the local police department?
And I just want to be clear that
Sorry.
Jason, no, you're fine, ma'am. And it's important. I mean, these details are important, which is why I asked.
Okay.
And I understand it's a difficult, very much to talk about, but you're here honoring JC, and this is how you continue and for his legacy. So I applaud you and I thank you for bringing this forward. I have grave concerns when your son was murdered, not by a car crash, not by any of the other ways, but through a malicious intent. And the person is being paroled in 4.5 years. Like, I just got to tell you, I think that's horrible. That's despicable. And that is shameful in this state. So I have a big problem with that. And I will do anything I can to fight with you to find a better way to serve justice, and especially for the surviving victims, because they are still there. You're a victim, you're a survivor every day of your son's death. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're gonna call Mr. Gavin Poteshnik and Mr. Crowe.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Gavin Potashnik. I work for the Cecil County State's Attorney's Office. I'm the chief of the Special Victims Unit. I thank Senator Wallstreicher for his leadership on this bill. The job of a victim service coordinator in a state's attorney's office is extremely important, and one that involves an immense amount of training and an immense amount of fortitude, because they listen to stories like the one you just heard day in and day out. And victim service coordinators form lasting relationships with these victims that just isn't possible with a large government agency like the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, which does a great job of following the letter of the law, but doesn't have the tact that's necessary, that is trained by a victim service coordinator. So this bill is very important because it gives us further contact with that particular victim. Further, victims, just like any other human being, are not stagnant. They move, they are mobile, and victim service coordinators are adept, because a lot of times these relationships lead into, hey, I'm moving to Florida, or I'm moving to the Eastern Shore. And victim service coordinators know that, which is not something that DPSCS would know, because they have one singular thing. Victim service coordinators are also in demand. They just don't have the time, effort, or capacity to look up every single sentence and note when someone's getting out. Also, those times change. So those times initially could be a year, or they could be 4 years, and then they could change to 16 months. We don't know. And so it is a lot to ask for them to have to keep up on this. This notification process should be an automatic. It seems to me this is a gimme. I would ask for a favorable result. Or favorable vote on this bill, and we support it wholeheartedly. And I wouldn't leave here if I didn't give a shout out to the Cecil County State's Attorney's Office victim coordinators, who do an amazing job all the time, and that they've been doing this for close to 20 years. And believe me, they're the best at what they do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good evening. I'm Stephen Kroll, the State's Attorney Coordinator for Maryland, Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, here in support of Senate Bill 684 with one very small amendment that Mr. Potashnik covered. I want to say to Senator Wallstreicher, thank you. This bill was well needed, well done. Thank you for that, Senator. The amendment is that Mr. Potashnik covered, the lead victim service employee who may not be there. It really should come from the warden of any institution, because a lot of these defendants are left the institution midnight, 2 a.m. We can't notify, or may not know who exactly is being let out and who is not being let out. So with that small modification, we think this is a very important bill. It's timely. You heard why, and we'd ask for a favorable report as to Senate Bill 684 with that one minor amendment. And we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, seeing no questions, thank you very much. That ends the bill hearing for Senate Bill 684. All right, 47.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was with Mr. Extra feedback here. Okay.
All right, so Senate Bill 749.
Senate Bill 749, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I think I have, okay. Is there anyone else coming up? Let y'all get settled in. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, Senator Fulton, District 4, Frederick County. Bringing before you today here is Senate Bill 749, dealing with the interception of wire, oral, or electronic communications and the exception from imminent danger and being admissible as evidence. This is a really, it's a shame that we're to the point where we have to bring a bill forward for something that's such common sense. Otherwise, we live in a world of digital technology. We have victims that are being victimized, or their friends or family members are being victimized. And what do children or young people do? And as a police officer, and for the past 28 years, I've seen these cases where young kids get scared. They'll be under a table. They may act like they're asleep. They don't want to be victimized themselves. So, but what do they always have with them? They'll have their phone with them. And one of the things that they may do is they may just hit record, because it's something that they feel that they're not big enough to intervene, but they certainly want to record it just in case something happens to them, something continues to happen to the other person in the residence, so that there's something there for someone after them to find, just in case. We've seen far too many crimes occur where the evidence is not admissible, and this is no longer acceptable. We have police body worn cameras are accessible and viewable at any given time, and all that evidence gathered on those is permitted as such. However, when we have something that occurs, if a young child is victimized by an aggressor and a child or someone in the house is only able to put the audio recording on to capture what's happening, that is deemed as inadmissible, and that is inexcusable. And with that, I'll turn it over to my panel, and I will ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 749, allowing such recordings to be admissible as evidence in any further prosecutions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yosefi Seltzer, and I'm an attorney at the JAG office at Fort Meade, and I'm speaking today in support of Senate Bill 749. I believe the sponsor has an amendment. It's a friendly amendment. I'm here on behalf of our office's clients who are victims of domestic violence. Maryland has been leaving behind domestic violence survivors. In the dismissal granted third chart before you, more than 54% of the statewide protective order petitions were dismissed or denied last year. That's almost 13,000 petitioners who were denied protection. They could fill the Baltimore arena. There are likely many thousands more who were too scared to seek a protective order, perhaps filling the Xfinity Center in College Park. In Prince George's, Baltimore City and County, more than 58% of petitions were dismissed or denied. This bill will bolster the testimony of victims, which should result in a greater number of granted protective orders. As the first chart you have shows, the federal wiretapping statute and military rules of evidence, along with the majority of states, admit audio recordings in emergency situations under a one-party consent theory or using an exception to all-party consent. Similar to this bill, California, Nevada, and Washington State allow recordings for protective orders and emergencies. Florida authorizes recordings to prove a violation of a protective order. All 4 states are all-party consent states, but they wisely authorize exceptions to help domestic violence survivors. Maryland should join them by implementing this best practice. I will address one concern that was raised. The term reasonably believes can be viewed as synonymous with reasonable grounds or probable cause, consistent with the Maryland Supreme Court ruling in Riley v. Maryland regarding an affiant sworn statement that supported a search warrant. The rules of criminal procedure allow a police officer to make an arrest based on that officer's reasonable belief that they witnessed the commission of a crime. The concept is synonymous here. Did the victim have reasonable grounds or probable cause to believe they were in imminent danger of becoming a victim? It's now time for Maryland to lift the exclusionary rule gag order on audio recordings made and offered by domestic violence victims. Survivors should no longer be left behind. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions.
Good evening. My name is Amber Pirelli. I am also a legal assistance attorney at Fort Meade. I view the benefits of this bill from two different perspectives, as informed by my varied career experiences as a Maryland attorney. I've worked as a public interest attorney representing victims of domestic violence, and I've also worked as a public defender representing those accused of committing acts of violence. The exception offered in this bill would greatly impact domestic violence victims and survivors. In representing and advising clients in domestic violence situations, practitioners are often confronted and with questions regarding their ability to record communications with their abuser and use this information in court. Protective orders may only be granted based upon a showing of abuse by preponderance of the evidence, meaning the judge must find the victim's evidence more convincing than the abuser's evidence. Abusers, however, are often adept at presenting a very convincing defense. If authenticated audio recordings are available, a judge or a jury should be allowed to hear them when evaluating witnesses' credibility and deciding guilt or innocence. I think everyone can appreciate the critical role recordings of violent confrontations can play in achieving justice. In the case of Wood versus Maryland, there are times when the defense also would like to admit audio recordings in Maryland court proceedings, whether as substantive evidence or for impeachment purposes. In fact, the Office of the Public Defender represented a defendant on appeal after he was convicted at trial after being denied the opportunity to admit audio recordings he wanted to use to impeach a prosecution witness. The OPD argued before the Court of Appeals that the audio recording should be admissible for impeachment purposes despite not complying with the all-party consent law. The Court of Appeals denied the OPD's argument on the grounds that the current law doesn't allow for admitting audio recordings that don't have all-party consent for impeachment purposes. In my practice representing both sides in domestic violence matters, I have seen instances where audio recordings would shed new light on available evidence. Therefore, I would ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 749. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Anita Bailey, and I'm asking that you give Senate Bill 749 a favorable report. I'm an attorney who has practiced in the areas of family law and domestic violence for more than 26 years. I'm currently the Chief of Legal Assistance at Fort Meade and the primary service provider for Fort Meade's Domestic Violence Victim Representation Program. Prior to joining Fort Meade, I was the chief of the Maryland Legal Aid's Anne Arundel County office, where I practiced for 22 years. I've counseled and or represented victims of domestic violence who were fearful of or unsuccessful in obtaining protective orders or pursuing violations of protective orders due to lack of admissible evidence. Abusers rarely commit acts of violence against victims with witnesses present who can testify at trial. Often the only evidence of a violent act is an audio recording that the victim has made. Under the current law, such recordings would not be admissible in court. Although the victim could testify to what an abuser said to her, it becomes a he said, she said situation that a judge has to resolve in favor of the more convincing party, and abusers are often quite convincing. The lack of supportive evidence has a great chilling effect on victims who are concerned that no one will believe them or who fear that further reprisal of their efforts to pursue legal remedies would fail. My written testimony provides an example of a client who suffered years of abuse at the hands of her husband. She was able to obtain a protective order, but her husband was awarded visitation with their son, and he used those opportunities to continue to threaten and intimidate her. In the related divorce and custody proceeding, the client felt she had no choice but to make the heartbreaking decision to leave her son in the primary care of his abusive father. I believe that had the current two-party wiretapping consent law been amended in accordance with Senate Bill 749, the results in her case would have been radically different. Therefore, I ask that this committee give Senate Bill 749 a favorable report.
Good evening, Scott Schellenberger, State's Attorney for Baltimore County. I've been coming down here on this bill for more than 10 years. More than 10 years. Once I was successful. Guess what that was? When we had to create a wiretap exception to have body cameras. And now everybody loves body cameras. It's the greatest thing we've ever done. We're getting 600 more in Baltimore County. Why? Because they offer the best evidence. But yet now, in 2023, when we have a statute that talks about a switchboard, right? It's in that statute. Why in 2023, when the first thing everybody does when they see something bad happens is they pull their cell phone out? Why are we living in the past? Why can't we have domestic violence victims have the best evidence that we can properly offer, like we did with body cameras? We tell the police officer, you have to turn it on because that's the best evidence. And we're all using that evidence all the time. And guess what? Sometimes it shows a defendant might be not guilty. And that could happen here too. Senator Sidnor, it works both ways. It can convict someone, but it could also prove that the victim isn't telling the truth. It's admissible for both sides. We have got to stop living in the past. I am not asking that we become a two-party consent state. Even though the majority of the country are two-party consent, we are one of the few, one-party consent. I'm not asking that we be one-party consent. I'm asking that we create an exception for domestic violence and these other situations. It makes sense for us to bring the best possible evidence into a courtroom every time. And I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
All right, seeing that there's no questions from anyone, I'd have questions. Mr. Schellenberger.
Now that we're finished.
Yes, sir.
Camera legislation you're talking about.
I think that might have been you.
May have been me. So I hear you. The question that I have a couple questions. One, imminent danger. How are we judging imminent danger? Does the person have to fear that something's about to happen right now? Would the victim be able to turn on their phone? I mean, what do you think?
So obviously the word danger is both personal and general, but also imminent is again personal and general. And that would be you could have a hearing in which the victim could testify and explain to the judge, just the judge, out of the presence of the jury, why they felt like they were in imminent danger and could turn it on. And the judge could make a factual finding about that. But I certainly think imminent means that it's not coming over the phone. You have to be in my presence. Danger shouldn't be, I'm going to take our children away from you. It actually has to put your mind in fear of danger. So you have a time element, imminent, that is going to happen immediately, and certainly danger, and that would be a factual finding. One thing I forgot to mention is that we discussed over in the House all these ways to get this evidence in. We don't need that. We have our own hearsay exceptions already. We don't need all that detail. I believe in the House, they filed an amendment to take those out. More likely than not, I'm going to have a hearsay exception for a statement of a party opponent or the defendant statement, or it's going to be an excited utterance. There are tons of hearsay exceptions that would make me jump through some very traditional hoops to make something admissible. So I don't think we need all those evidentiary things. We just need to say, when you do a crime of violence, you're getting carjacked. Why can't you pull your phone out and record them? Carjacked. Crime of violence, domestic violence cases, and a violation of protective order. Violation of protective order. A judge has said, you stay away. And they come over and you can't go to court with the best possible evidence by pulling your phone out. It just doesn't make any sense in this day and age.
So we've spoken a lot about bringing, well, let me ask you this, because under this particular law, if you were to do that, pull out your phone and record, let's say something in private, I know there was a case just a few years ago where someone was prosecuted for that. I'm assuming these people are pulling these phones out in these cases that may not know the law. You all aren't prosecuting them for this, right?
That's correct.
It's just a fact that you're not able to introduce their recordings into evidence.
Correct. I'm not able to give the fact finder the best possible evidence.
So when we're seeing these videos that when people are pulling their phones out online, I mean, we see people pulling their phones out, recording something that may be transpiring. It's from listening to your testimony, it's my understanding then that evidence that may be being shown on Eyewitness News can't be used in court.
Correct. It's on Eyewitness News. It's on Facebook. It's on Twitter.
But you
They
can't
play it
use
for their friends. They can do everything, but bring it in a courtroom and convict a person who punched him in the face.
Thank
It
you.
makes absolutely no sense.
I hear you. Thank you.
And I have been doing this 10 years, so I apologize for how upset I am, but it ignores the reality of what our lives are like. It's the first thing everybody does is pull their phone out.
Right.
And at the moment, they're committing a felony by pulling their phone out and auto recording. There's a bill in the House to make it a misdemeanor. I testified in favor of that. But right now, you record somebody's audio, you are committing a felony.
Senator, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Sure.
Clarification. So the term imminent danger is well settled in Maryland law. It appears 52 times in the Maryland Code and twice in the Maryland rules. So this is not a novel term of art that we've established for the purpose of this bill.
Oh, no, I didn't think that. I'm just wondering how it works in real life. If you have someone who's been domestically abused, when can they pull the phone out? Is it when the abuser walks through the door and they see that he or she is having a bad night? Oh boy, I better record this.
If they reasonably believe they are in imminent danger, reasonable belief is also a well-settled term, both because of Court of Appeals opinions, now the Maryland Supreme Court, but as well as criminal code and et cetera.
Got you. Thank you. Senator Carter.
I had so many, I was trying to read the bill at the same time that I was listening. So I did have some questions, but it's possible that I'm misreading it. So you talked about domestic violence. You said the bill covers three things: violation of protective order, domestic violence, and crimes of violence. Is that what the bill does?
So
Family law section.
right. So there are references in the family code that talk specifically about domestic violence and define those offenses. So if the individual reasonably believes they're in imminent danger of that type of crime, that's one grounds for admissibility. Another one is specific statutory crimes of violence, which is referenced again, the other section. Another one is if they're reasonably believe they're in imminent danger of being stalked. And the fourth is a violation of an existing protective order. Those are the four statutorily defined grounds that we've referenced in this bill.
So when I use the term domestic violence, that's because of the referral of abuse to 4501 of the family law article. That was the intent there.
I'm just a little bit confused because I've been in court and I've watched a number of protective order proceedings, and I've routinely seen the court entertain evidence that's been videotaped by the victim. And I've seen it recently in Howard County, where they've recorded something and the judge let in. I was observing in the case. It wasn't my case, but I have already seen this happening. So explain that to me.
Senator, video recordings are admissible.
So this is
That's
just
the nanny
audio.
cam
You're just limited to
precedent.
audio recording.
Correct. We're talking about audio recordings, and that makes a huge difference, particularly when you have phones and the victim is trying to record in a domestic situation without holding up a camera, smile, to the abuser. They may have hidden their phone in their pocket or put it on a shelf or what have you, and they're recording the altercation.
And that's why the surveillance cameras are admissible, because they aren't capturing typically audio, they're just capturing the video. And that's why it's only audio, which is why it's in the wiretap statute. The statute was originally written so that the police wouldn't go to the switchboard and listen to someone's phone call.
So here's the thing though, and this isn't that much of an exotic concept. It could actually happen. Just the other morning, I was watching Fox Baltimore and they were talking about the distortions of audio recordings, and they were playing one of the
people, Megan Gillen, I think, and they were saying, can you tell which one is true? Can you tell which one is the real Megan Gillen? And I think that there's this inherent difference between a video recording and a phone recording in terms of the ability to authenticate that it's really that person. That's one thing that I think is an issue. But also I would have to think long and hard about one, changing the law, and then which types of allegations that we choose to change it for. Because I'm not a fan of cherry picking what we think should apply to and what it should not. One, because I really do believe with all of my being in the concept of presumption of innocence, and that what there's an allegation, that's exactly that, an allegation. So I don't want to say, well, this type of case or that type of case, because in any type of case, it's still just an allegation.
Right. So we have to prove that the person reasonably believed that they were in imminent danger. And that would have to be a preliminary showing for the judge to say, all right, you come under this statute. And we would obviously have to show that it's a crime of violence or one of the other things. And so while I understand your concern about the ability to manipulate audio and video, most of these, I'd say the vast majority of these cases are going to be audio and video. And so I think your worry about being able to distort the audio without having a video probably won't happen.
I'm also
very
worried about the subjectivity of a person's reasonable belief in imminent danger as a foundation for this, because subjective belief get us into a lot of trouble, especially when subjective beliefs often carry with them a great deal of bias. You know,
2 points. One, we're not changing the rules of evidence by, if this bill were to pass, it would allow these recordings to be legal. Then the proponent of that evidence would have to lay the foundation, authenticate the recording, address hearsay exceptions, and prove that the probative value exceeds the prejudicial value. They have to convince the judge that it should be admitted in that matter, right? So the judge is always the gatekeeper. That's the way we've set up our legal system. The judges decide what is admissible and what is excluded, right? And the second point about the recordings, there's nothing, Senator, today from that individual who doctored the recording to walk into court and commit perjury. Right, it's illegal, but they could lie. And that's the same example if somebody were to doctor a recording to give a false impression of an incident or an altercation. It's the same exact thing. Right now, they walk into court and lie about it. But if they had the ability to admit a recording, they try to doctor a recording. Again, the judge would have to review the authenticity of the recording. The proponent would be subject to cross-examination. That's our legal system. The opposing party could challenge the recording, try to introduce additional recording to better document the incident more accurately, et cetera. So I think there's safeguards in our legal system, and we need to trust our judges and our elected state prosecutors.
The thing is, though,
to do their
what's
job.
confusing is that the judiciary says that the bill contains vague or otherwise unworkable language and standards, and that the bill requires the court to determine if a recording's probative value is superior to other evidence that the proponent is able to procure through reasonable efforts. And they say that's unclear and sets a very difficult standard for the court to be able to make a determination.
Right, Senator. So the amendment that we've discussed that the sponsor has available removes that residual hearsay avenue for admissibility. And that's the concern of the Judicial Conference. We had a conversation this afternoon. The amendment.
Is that
will
an
be-
amendment that we have here? Or where's that?
Senator, did the amendment get
It
circulated?
should be in there. Is it not in your?
My folder? No, I don't know. There's no folders anymore.
I have one. I have the amendment. and it's from March-
Okay, anyway,
from
so
March.
anyway, I wasn't aware of it. So that's the
Right,
first.
so it removes that objection, and the Judicial Conference reported back to Senator Folden's office that they withdrew their objections because we removed the questionable language.
Okay, well, that's it for now, but I'm sure I'll have more later, maybe offline.
If I could address just a follow-up on one of those points, the other.
We want to go ahead and keep rolling just because we, if you don't mind. Senator Folden, did you still have your question?
I do. Continue on.
I was just going to say with regard to the carve out specifically for domestic violence victims, I think the distinction is that you have to keep in mind is that often domestic violence victims are isolated by their abusers. So often this is going to be the only evidence that would be available to help them in procuring a protective order or in proving that there was a violation of the protective order.
Thank you.
All right, thank
And-
you all.
And then I
had
just have
another
one
question?
last thing, sir. And that is a lot of this, I want to be clear that, we keep talking about just domestics, but a lot of this can be used for victims of child abuse in that their spouse, their siblings or others may hear something and it's recorded and they're afraid to act because they're also small or retaliation. And otherwise it's maybe difficult to show. So, but isn't that so? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. We're going to move on to our next witnesses, Joyce King, Jessica Garth, and Melanie Shapiro. Maybe.
Thank you. Joyce King on behalf of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association and Frederick County State's Attorney's Office. I won't be redundant. I believe that the panel before did cover a lot of the technical aspects, but I did want to highlight some of the specific cases that we did have in Frederick County to Senator Folden's point regarding first-degree child abuse cases. Just in the last year, we had a case of an abusive father that was punching a nonverbal toddler. There was a witness that was afraid to act at that point and did record it. To Senator Carter's point, in that situation, the violence and the nature of the crime was really the audio. And likewise, in another case that we had in Frederick County, an abusive father was doing a physical assault on an 8-year-old in front of her 2 sisters. The 2 sisters were afraid for their lives and hid under the table and recorded the assault. And again, it was mostly audio recording where he was basically strangling, choking, and pouring things down the child's throat so you could hear the choking sounds. That was not admissible in trial. So these are the things that we were trying to capture with SB 749, and we'd ask for a favorable report.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Garth. I'm the chief of the Special Victims Unit in Prince George's County, Maryland, of the state's attorney's office there. I do want to preemptively address just one issue that I've heard from some advocates that this might place some victims in actually a worse position. I think there's a concern that, with this becoming new law that the victims may believe that they were in imminent danger, but of course a court could rule differently. But what I want to say now is that I don't believe that that would cause any additional harm to victims. There are plenty of victims coming forward now who don't know that we're a 2-party consent state, and certainly we're not prosecuting those victims. And I doubt that would change under this new statutory scheme. I also want to tell you about a case that we have that's active in Prince George's County right now. And in this case, it involves a man and a woman who had a child in common. The man came over to the woman's house and they started almost immediately to argue about custody. The woman had the foresight in that moment to feel that she was going to be in imminent danger of a crime of violence being committed against her. And unfortunately, she was correct. What she did was she took her phone and she placed it on her bed so that it was, it could see into her bedroom. And what ultimately happened is that, he came in, he forced her onto the bed, he forcibly removed her clothing, he struck her, and then he raped her. Now, the way she had placed the phone, either in the scuffle or where she had placed it, not knowing exactly where her rape might occur, it didn't capture any of the video, but it did capture the audio, completely captured the audio of her rape. And what we have now is the situation where we cannot use that in her trial. And what that leaves us with is a he said, she said. So while we have this evidence that shows definitively that a rape occurred, we can't admit it at trial. It's too late for that victim, but it doesn't have to be too late for the next victim. I would urge you to issue a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here for information. I just wanted to see if there were how you wanted to handle that regarding question.
All right, Senator Washington.
Real quick, I think this was asked earlier. I asked my colleague, but I think one of my colleagues asked it and I didn't hear the clear answer. And in your case in Prince George's County, it was a video recording. You have to go back up there. It was a video recording, and that video recording is not admissible because of the audio that's connected to it.
So the video itself would be admissible, but it doesn't show anything because either the camera was knocked aside or wasn't placed exactly in the right spot. Correct. It just shows basically, like a wall or bedding.
Yeah.
So it doesn't show any of the actual assault, but the audio is quite clear.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing that there are no more questions, thank you all very much. Do you have someone in the virtual waiting room, Mary Mangum?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you, now you're here for information purposes, or did you have a testimony that you wanted to give?
I did have informational testimony.
Please begin.
Okay. So thank you, committee members, for letting me speak today. I am the legal assistance for victims attorney for the Sexual Assault Legal Clinic at the Tennessee Coalition. Before this position, I was a advocate for the Sexual Assault Center of Nashville, Tennessee. So as a one-party consent state, in my experience, I have used this law multiple times, and both as an advocate and as an attorney. So just going through some of the things that we've seen and been able to use, I've talked to some of our police, our detectives in the sex crimes unit, as well as our DAs. And when we talk about controlled calls or pretext calls, the detectives would normally take a victim and would be with them while they called a suspect. This assisted the detective in kind of seeing how the suspect responded, but also gave them leverage, I guess, in during an interview if the testimony contradicted. So that was one way that was used in that scenario. For the DA, they said that they used it a lot, basically in orders of protection if there was a violation, or in any sort of bond conditions. Those violations would be used and would be introduced as evidence into court. I don't know what that means.
Did you have a closing sentence? It means that your time is up, but did you have a closing
Oh,
sentence?
okay. I'm sorry. So I basically was just asked to testify about our use in them, and if the committee had any questions for us.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Shapiro, did you have anything that you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, Melanie Shapiro, Public Policy Director with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. We are here with information on Senate Bill 749. As has been mentioned previously, this bill has been around for some time. And we have some concerns, and a lot of the questions are directed exactly at those concerns. For example, what is a reasonable person and what is imminent danger? And if there is a victim who has suffered trauma and is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, their belief that they might be in imminent danger might not be that of a reasonable person. And if they then start recording and were not determined by a court to be a reasonable person who was actually in imminent danger, under current Maryland law, they have committed a felony. And that is of grave concern. There's also concern regarding an abuser potentially recording a portion of and manipulating that a portion of a recording, and that being admissible and then being used against a victim in a similar process. And so there is another bill that Senator Folden has introduced to create a wiretap. I don't remember if it's a task force or a work group, one of those names. And we believe that that is the better way to proceed at this point, rather than creating certain carve outs in Maryland law right now. Let's look at it as a whole. Let's see if there's a desire to go to a one-party state. As the witness just testified, she's in Tennessee and that's a one-party consent state. So if it is recorded, it's not a felony. And right now in Maryland, that is. And so we have concerns of what this would look like and the possible implications because of the terms in particular regarding reasonable person and imminent danger. And Maryland is also unique because we have the district court commissioner process. So if a victim does record and they weren't a reasonable person in imminent danger, somebody can then go, the abuser, and file a complaint against them through the district court commissioner process. For all of those reasons, we are providing this information on Senate Bill 749 and welcome the opportunity to work together and come up with policy reforms regarding our wiretap statute.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 749. Thank you very much. Next is Senator Muse 505. Oh, Wall Street. Senator, please. Say it, or what is it?
Oh, okay, that's, go ahead.
Go right.
No, go ahead.
Have a panel that's coming in different, we can bring them in, please. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman and members of the committee. I'm going to call, we have a wonderful Kumbaya committee. Everybody come up to the table. Tracy Vada, who we've heard from, Chief Assistant State's Attorney, Troy Turner, was victim, Kirk Wolfgang, Maryland Crimes Victims Resource Center, and Jeff Gray, Maryland Crimes Victims Resource Center. In a nutshell, this is what this bill will do. It would extend the amount of time for which the court can dismiss the charge of a defendant, and
This is 505 or 50?
I'm sorry, this is 507.
Thank you.
Yes, for the record, Anthony Muse, 26th district. I get the sixes and sevens mixed up, especially when, but this is 507. And this is the one that would extend the amount of time that the court can dismiss the charge of a defendant who is incompetent to stand trial and who was charged with first-degree murder or sexual assault. It changes that time period from 5 years to a reasonable time of 10 years. And also, this legislation would allow the actual victim or the victim's representative to petition the court to extend the time for dismissal of certain charges against a defendant who is found incompetent to stand trial. So colleagues, SB 507 aims to fix an issue in the statute and helps to give the victim of a crime a voice instead of the state's attorneys being the only persons allowed to request an extension. So the question comes, why is this important? This legislation is important because of the victims, like my panelists from whom you'll hear, Mr. Troy Turner, who must have a voice. SB 507 is important because the crime was committed against Mr. Turner's family and not the court system. And I think once you hear his story today, you'll understand why we need this bill. In closing, our state's attorneys across the state overall will do their best, but sometimes when cases are 5 years old, they are the list of importance or off the radar, just not important anymore. But however, it will never leave the hearts and minds of the victims. And this is such a case that you won't forget, but you'll understand why we need to make this change in the law to do so. Mr. Turner, there you are, with your story, please, and then we'll talk a little bit about why it needs to be amended and et cetera. And we have everybody on board with this one this time. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you need to stand right here. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Muse, and thank you guys for having me here and letting me speak to you again. I was here a little while back. I guess before I get into the story,
and just for the record, you're Mr.
My name's Troy Turner. I'm the father of Sarah and Jacob Hoggle. Some of you may already know who they are. They're my two children who were taken, and their mother murdered them. Before I kind of get into the story, I would just like to address the Office of the Public Defender's opposition. Myself and the state's attorney, Varda, you'll hear from her as well. I believe it's disingenuous. In 2006, basically, the process they described resulted in 3 distinct timeframes for dismissal of charges against mentally incompetent defendants, 3 years for a misdemeanor, 5 years for a felony, and then 10 years for a felony that was essentially a capital offense. When the death penalty was repealed in 2013, we believe, well, basically all references in the code to the death penalty were removed. I've been told by legislative aides that it was pretty much an oversight. We're basically just asking you to fix that oversight and put the 10-year period back for the egregious acts that would be capital offenses. As the law now stands, it's pretty much the same bar if you murder 2 children or if you steal a $1,500 television. Once you hit the incompetent range, it's the same bar and it's treated the same way. And we're just asking that this be fixed and to fix oversight and go back to the 10-year period that was intended to begin with. My story, I'll keep it brief. I know I'm on a time crunch here, but in September of 2014, my 2 kids were taken by their biological mother. She murdered them. The police believe that she put them into a dumpster. They were incinerated, and that's why we'll never find the bodies. I've been trying to find them ever since to bring them home for a peaceful rest. I have a son now who was 6 at the time and is now 14. And very soon I figure we're going to have to sit down and tell him that as her third intended victim, the police believe and we know she was coming back for him. As her third intended victim, we're going to have to sit him down and tell him that she's out there at some point. From everyone who I've spoken to, it doesn't seem like it's going to be very long, quite frankly. And we're just asking that in cases like this, where there are victims, especially children, my 14-year-old, he can't physically, mentally, or emotionally defend himself against his biological mother who killed his little brother and sister. And unfortunately, it's not just us that this affects. I've heard many stories since. So what we're trying to do is just put something in place to protect victims like ourselves. Protect the victims who can't defend themselves, protect themselves. Basically just what I ask is just that you please remember that the law now as it stands, the state has exactly the same bar set for someone stealing a TV or a laptop as a woman who murders her own 2 children. And we just ask that that be changed and put back how it was.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tracy Varda. I've been a prosecutor with Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office for 24 years, and I've been handling our mental health court for the last 12 years. I am testifying in favor of this bill. This bill needs to be passed because in its current form, it allows dangerous defendants to be set free on the streets. Currently, the statute requires incompetent defendants charged with murder to have their cases dismissed after only 5 years. In 2006, there was a major overhaul amendment of the competency NCR statute. And during that time, several agencies, including the Office of the Public Defender, advocates for victims and individuals with disabilities, got together and came up with these amendments and balanced public safety with the rights of defendants with disabilities. And part of that was that when an individual who was incompetent was charged with murder, he could be charged for 10 years before the court was required to dismiss those charges. It was a 10 years time period. Then in 2012, when the death penalty was repealed, they took the language capital case that was in the statute and they removed everywhere in the statute that language was, they pulled it out and they inadvertently changed this time limit from 10 years to 5 years for murder. I've gone through the notes from the House and the Senate at that time, and there's no mention of this change in the statute. They did it without consideration, without looking at the consequences, and undid the work of that group. There are many issues, but one of them that's very concerning is that when you have a defendant who is incompetent and has an intellectual disability and he's charged with murder, when his charges are dismissed, he cannot be civilly committed. When his charges are dismissed, he walks out onto the street. Case in point, I have a defendant who is charged with murder. He has a mild intellectual disability. He brutally, savagely tortured his girlfriend over a period of 2 years. The charges were dismissed. I filed extraordinary cause, but because of the impossible standard in the Ray case, the petition was denied. He walked. He's still on the street now. We're in the process of having him recharged, but we don't know where he is. And my biggest concern is we're not going to find him until he kills or hurts somebody else. So for all these reasons, we're asking that you put the statute just back to where it was when that work group came up with it. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kurt Wolfgang. I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Crime Victims Resource Center. As I have told you many times before, we've been around for 40 years and represented thousands and thousands of victims in various situations. One of those situations is this situation in which there is a defendant who has found not competent to stand trial. We have had some terrible situations. And the first part I'd like to address the amazing amount of common sense that Senator Muse's bill pours onto this situation, and that is allowing the victims to pursue the extension of whatever time limit, whether it's the 5 or the 10 years, as opposed to simply relying on the state's attorney. If you want an anecdote regarding that, we had a case several years ago in which there was a violent sex offender who had multiple allegations against him of sexual offenses. The state's attorney, the assistant state's attorney, and who was in charge of that case, did not want to extend because of the fact that she was aware that this individual, as soon as he was released, would move out away from her jurisdiction. And for that reason, she did not want to extend. And we had to fight the situation in order to get an extension. For obvious reasons, the amount of time is also extraordinarily important, as I think the other witnesses have addressed. We please ask you to move favorably on this common sense provision to both extend the amount of time back to 10 years and also to allow victims to petition the court for extension.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Chair, Senators, particularly Senator Muse, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Detective Jeffrey S. Gray. I'm the cold case homicide investigator for the Maryland Crime Victim Resource Center, the original Stephanie Roper Foundation. As our executive director said, we've been around for over 40 years assisting victims of all types of crimes, witnesses, and surviving family members of homicides throughout the state of Maryland. I've been a proud member of this team for 4 years now. I am a twice retired 40-year veteran of the Prince George's County Police Department and Prince George's County State's Attorney's Office. My field of expertise is domestic violence, child abuse, sexual assault and rape, and homicide. To me, as a Maryland certified victim assistance specialist, one of the first that was sworn in law enforcement through the University of Baltimore, this bill is important. I won't beleaguer the fact, and I certainly won't take away from the level of homicides, but just a quick reminder, as you've heard from so many people on all the various bills, when a victim, no matter what the crime, and again, respectfully, not taken away from homicide, rape, or the more serious offenses, once a person is victimized, they are victimized for life. No matter what we do as law enforcement, care providers,
mental, physical, medical help, and we can get them there close again to back how they were, but we will never get them back before they were victimized. So please, not only this bill, Senate Bill 507, but all the bills that you heard today, because they all intertwine so importantly. Thank you for your time. And if we can ever be of service at the Maryland Crime Victim Resource Center, let us know. Thank you. Always good seeing you, sir.
Chairman, members of the committee, good evening. My name is Stephen Kroll. I'm the State's Attorney Coordinator for Maryland and the Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association. And I've been prosecuting cases for 39 years. And I've had one of these cases. And let me just say one thing. We need justice for Sarah and Jacob. What do you tell a dad who can't get justice that he deserves? You deserve justice, and more importantly, justice for Sarah and Jacob. Asking for 10 years of an oversight is all we're asking for. It's not new law. It's not giving anything more than what we deserve. I can't say anything more than justice for Sarah and Jacob, and I ask for a favorable report as to Senate Bill 507. I thank Senator Buse. I thank Kurt Wolfgang for coming in and testifying also, Tracy Varda, and more importantly, the justice is deserved for Sarah and Jacob. Their name will be repeated and remembered. Thank you.
All right, do we have any questions for this panel? If not, we'll have Ms. Lisa Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Jordan with Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We're also here in support of Senate Bill 507. Sir, I am so sorry for your loss. I'm not going to repeat anything that's already been said, but just make two very quick points. One is this bill was in a similar form last year, and lines 19 to 27 were determined to be a drafting error. It's simply a different part of the law. I would also just respectfully suggest that I so much appreciate, Senator Muse, that you included sexually assaultive behavior. I do want to just point out that that particular section of the law encompasses a wide range of sex crimes. So you probably want to include the standard language that you have elsewhere in the bill, that you wouldn't go beyond the maximum sentence for the offense, because that would include some of the lower level sex offenses, and you wouldn't want to keep someone there for 10 years. If they were convicted, it would only be 1 year. So I would suggest a technical amendment there as well. And certainly I'm happy to chat with committee counsel about those technical issues if you have questions about that. I don't want to keep us here. I know you have events to attend and it's getting late. So I'm here for questions.
Any questions? If not, Senator Musich.
I just want to make sure there's nothing else that Mr. Turner wanted to add. Are you good?
And if that's okay.
And I know we, yes, just the one that we're ready with it. That is so.
Thank you. One of the things I just wanted to say is one of the issues that we're running into is not just about me and my family. This is about protecting families going forward and protecting people in general in the state. What's been created here is kind of a blueprint that can be followed, that we're seeing as I speak to state's attorneys, as I speak to other people in the justice system, as I speak to other victims. It's something that is repeatable. So if we can get this done, then it will allow for the time for us to, as victims, to one, heal, and two, to prepare. Like I said, my son, he's 14 years old. If this law were in place whenever this started, he would have at least been able to reach age majority before he had to worry about this. And that would have been huge. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one witness with an unfavorable position, Mary Pizzo.
Good evening, members, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mary Pizzo. I'm the supervising attorney for the Forensic Mental Health Division of the Office of the Public Defender, and I'm respectfully requesting that the committee issue an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 507. The amendments to Criminal Procedure 3107 are unnecessary, clinically inappropriate, and inconsistent with constitutional principles regarding those deemed incompetent to stand trial. Tying a further increase in length of hospitalization to the severity of the crime is based on a rationale of punishment rather than treatment, even though these individuals have not yet, and in fact may never be convicted of any crime. The proposed law creates a constitutional challenge because the Supreme Court in Indiana versus Jackson made clear that criminal defendants committed solely on account of their incompetence to stand trial cannot be held in that status more than reasonable time to determine whether they will ever be competent. Clinicians and the Maryland Supreme Court, formerly the Court of Appeals, said 5 years is reasonable. In fact, most people, 75 to 95%, become competent within 6 months. The changes are unnecessary because those who remain dangerous, if still incompetent after 5 years, can be civilly committed. Dismissal is without prejudice, meaning they can be recharged if they become competent in the future. There is already a provision in the statute where the state can petition the time to extend for extraordinary cause and a provision for notice to the victim of the dismissal, so the state can certainly petition on behalf of that. Finally, extension of the time would interfere with clinical treatment planning and programming that would be limited by unnecessary competency court evaluations and reviews. So I urge an unfavorable report. And I would like to respond to some of the issues that were raised.
Senator Meeks.
I just have one question for you because of time, and we have other persons, and I apologize, but I do thank you for staying around and sharing your time and your expertise. If this bill is passed, will the constitutional rights of incompetent defendants be violated? And if so, how?
Well, I think there is a violation, and I think Indiana versus Jackson, and there are numerous cases in Maryland that have cited Indiana versus Jackson as the precedent. It's a Supreme Court case. Makes it very clear that those committed solely on account of competency to stand for being incompetent can only be committed for the amount of time that to become competent. Otherwise, they need to be civilly committed if they still meet that criteria. And most importantly, that there's still a danger. And we do have safeguards in place. And I would say that the former penalty, the 10-year penalty was for capital crimes, meaning death penalty crimes. It did not include sexual offenses, and all murders are not capital crimes. Capital, in many cases, say death penalty cases are different. There had to be specific criteria for those, and that's no longer the case. So
okay,
the death penalty
Great.
cases were an exception.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Seeing no more questions, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 507. So next we're moving to Senate Bill 487. Senator Wall-Striker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know, I know Senator Muse has a number of bills yet to be heard of, so I'll move quickly on this. Maryland judges routinely impose pre and post-trial conditions on defendants as part of their bail or ensuing sentence. These conditions can be simple, like a promise to show up for future court hearings, or something more onerous, like wearing an ankle bracelet or GPS monitoring. Often, in the context of violent crimes, defendants are ordered to refrain from contacting, harassing, or abusing an alleged victim, or going near the victim's home or place of employment. A violation of these so-called no contact orders could result in up to 90 days of imprisonment. But there's a quirk here. Unfortunately, Maryland's statutory language concerning pretrial and post-trial conditions is not entirely clear. This has led to some judges interpreting the statute to require that an offender be released before falling under its purview. If you read the law literally, that's what it says. In other words, offenders can sometimes skirt no contact requirements if their contact with the alleged victim occurred while they are incarcerated. So this means, for an example, that a domestic violence offender under a no contact order can communicate with his victim while incarcerated, but while out on bail or following their release, but not, excuse me, I should say that again, but not while out on bail or following their release from confinement. This is clearly an absurd policy outcome. I introduced Senate Bill 487 with our friends, the Maryland States Attorneys Association, to correct this oversight. Simply put, this bill would explicitly prohibit incarcerated individuals from violating a pre or post-trial no contact order. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Do you want to call it?
Yeah, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Gavin Potashnik. I am the chief of the Special Victims Unit of the Cecil County State's Attorney's Office, here on behalf of the State's Attorney's Office for Cecil County and the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, asking for a favorable report with Senate Bill 487. We thank Senator Wallstreicher for his leadership on this. Of all of the things that you have to wrestle with this session, all of the important issues, this is an easy one for you to pass out of here. It closes a loophole that should not have existed to begin with. It closes a loophole of a disturbing trend that's occurring across Maryland, where judges are reading the statute literally when it was passed, the spirit was to encompass the incarcerated population. It is no secret that you have domestic violence victims, and we had one in Cecil County whose abuser choked her in a vehicle. He then went and was incarcerated. He was held in the detention center pre-trial, and he called her on a three-way call with his new girlfriend, which was missed by the Cecil County Detention Center. And all he did was ask her, he didn't threaten her. He didn't say, I'm going to kill you. He said, are we good? And she said, yes, we're good. And lo and behold, she didn't cooperate with us. We had no other evidence. The case fell apart and this man was released. We filed our pre-trial release condition because something needed to happen as a result of this transgression. And the judge said, well, he wasn't released. That's what the statute says. I find him not guilty, which was a shock to us because I've done this in other jurisdictions and that was not the reading of it. I am not alone. This is happening all over the state. Please close this loophole. It is an easy thing for you to pass. I ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dorothy Lenig. I'm the director of the legal clinic at the House of Ruth. I'm here today to urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 487. I want to thank Senator Wallstreicher for bringing this bill. When Mr. Potashnik came to me with this problem, I was shocked. I said, no, that's not what the law says. It can't possibly say that. It can't possibly say that the judge is going to order you to have no contact with your victim when you're released, but it doesn't count if you're incarcerated, if you're in jail. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. When I went in and read the statute, it does technically say that. He's right, it does say that. So we really have to fix this. I really don't have anything more to say except it was reported favorably out of the House Judiciary Committee yesterday unanimously. I really hope you all can move this too. It just is closing a loophole. Urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for bringing this bill. I'm Lisa Jordan with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault, supporting Senate Bill 487 for the reasons expressed by the witnesses prior to me. We urge a favorable report.
Are there any questions for this panel? If not, thank you very much. We have Lori Ruth and Melanie Shapiro and Miss Joyce King.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Lori Ruth. I'm the legal director at the Women's Law Center in Maryland. We support the bill and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Melanie Shapiro with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence, here in support of Senate Bill 487. I would just ask if everybody, when you have a minute, can read the testimony submitted by the Bridge, who represented the victim in the case discussed by Mr. Potashnik. And the contact that he discussed had a real detrimental impact on the victim and her progress in her journey towards safety and security from her abuser. We thank the Vice Chair for his sponsoring this legislation, and we urge a favorable report.
Joyce King, on behalf of the Special Victims Unit of the Subcommittee for the Maryland States Attorney Association, we ask for a favorable report.
Any questions? If not, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 487.
5 Senator Hughes or 544? Or 546?
505, Senator Muse. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a panel. Our State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy had to leave. She was here for a long time today. But she is in full support of this legislation as well. We have Natasha Kalfani and Greg Brown, ACLU and OPD, Office of Public Defender. Now, Senate Bill 505, as it is amended, would expand the eligibility of convictions that qualify for expungement to include driving under the influence or while impaired. The petition for expungement under this section may not be filed earlier than 10 years after the person satisfies the sentence for all convictions for which expungement is being requested, including parole, probation, or mandatory supervision. This adds on to the list of expungement legislation that we started years ago, but is very necessary. As you know, criminal records can prevent individuals from employment, housing, education, opportunities. In fact, more than 85% of employers perform background checks on an applicant when they apply for a job. So as you know, if you have a past criminal conviction of any kind, it becomes more difficult to obtain employment, not to mention anything that occurs after an arrest is documented on an individual's criminal record. And in Maryland, this will remain publicly visible via Maryland case search until the charges and depositions are expunged. So in closing, many of us, if we're honest, we're not the same persons we were 10, 15, and 20 years ago. We all did some things, we just didn't get caught. And so we're not, and yet we too are employable. We are making contributions. We're entitled to housing, educational opportunities. And if we are rehabilitated because of the past mistakes, and we feel that way, so this bill does not allow repeat drunk drivers to have their records expunged. And again, it can only be expunged after 10 years, after probation, after all of your, you paid your dues, as we always say in our society, you pay your dues. Well, you don't keep paying it till you die. There are ways to deal with this, and I hope that I can get I urge a favorable report on SB 505 as amended. And I'm very grateful to have our Anna, how are you? To come and speak and share with us today. Thank you all very much for your wonderful report. Okay, there you go. Let's go first.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Natasha Kalfany. I'm testifying from the Office of the Public Defender, and I would request a favorable report for SB 505. SB 505, and I apologize, I don't know that I received the amendments, but SB 505 would expand the offenses that would be eligible for expungement. And I just want to, in my testimony, highlight some of the language already in the statute that would make these offenses align, the inclusion of these offenses aligned with public safety. First and foremost, as the senator mentioned, the amount of time that one would have to wait for to be able to apply for an expungement with many of the felonies listed in the draft that I received, the wait time is 15 years. And that, again, not only is from conviction, but includes time served as well as parole and probation. Also, it's important to note that expungement is not automatic. Once a petition is filed, the state's attorney and victims do get notice and are able to file an objection, and a hearing would pursue. And at that time, the court does have to consider a number of factors, which include the nature of the crime, the history and character of the person, whether or not they've been rehabilitated, and the level of risk to public safety. When someone has committed an offense, they've been convicted, or they've been convicted, they successfully served their time, they've completed probation, has matured and improved in their status of life, their criminal record only serves as a scarlet letter that prevents them from moving beyond their crime. And for those reasons, we believe that expungement for these crimes should be possible, and we would urge a favorable report.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Gregory Brown. I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maryland. I just wanted to touch on and echo what Senator Muse has touched on. We are all not the same people that we were 10 years ago, very thankfully. And we just feel that it's important to highlight why the expansion of the expungement of the offenses for expungement is going to be powerful for the families of Maryland. The existence of a criminal record can and does create a barrier to employment for many Marylanders. More than 80% of U.S. employers perform criminal background checks on prospective employees. Under current regulations, a misdemeanor conviction in Maryland may result in the denial, suspension, or revocation of a myriad business licenses, including a barber's license, a cosmetology license, an electrician license, professional engineer license, a landscape architect license, an interior designer certificate, and countless others. Criminal convictions also serve to exclude persons from educational opportunities. A recent study found that a majority of colleges, 66%, collect criminal justice information as part of the admission process. Criminal convictions also hinder an individual's access to stable housing and a range of public benefits. Even a misdemeanor conviction record may bar individuals from residing in certain homes and exclude individuals from low-income utility payment plans, as well as food stamps. SB 505 will allow individuals with certain criminal convictions to access a broader range of services and opportunities, including but not limited to employment, schooling, public benefits, and housing, and thereby contribute productively to the state's economy. By increasing access to this broad range of services, SB 505 can reasonably be expected to generate greater socioeconomic stability and productivity in Maryland's communities. This is essential to Maryland family and the community, so we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? If not, thank you very much. Next, we're going to move to Scott Schellenberger and Kurt Erickson. Well, Erickson's not on. Thank you.
Good evening, Scott Schellenberger, State's Attorney for Baltimore County. Last time you have to see me today. So in 1984, I was the expungement law clerk in the Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office. You couldn't expunge anything except for a stet and a null process, and even then you had to wait 3 years. We have come so far in the expungement process over the last several years. When we were working on justice reinvestment just a few years ago, I remember vividly Bobby Zirkin working an entire weekend identifying all these statutes that you see that he felt like would be eligible for expungement even if there was a guilty. So it was called the Justice Reinvestment Act. We all worked on it, we all passed it, and we thought we were doing good by allowing all these crimes to be expunged that had never been allowed before. And now you get a DUI when you're 18, and then your next one's when you're 21. I'm not going to know about the one when you were 18. Does that make any sense? People who commit DUIs do them over long periods of time. You then get your next one when you're 43. It's going to look like you had no DUIs. Carjacking? Really? Carjacking? You stick a gun in somebody's face or have a knife and you pull them out of a car and you drive off with your car and that can disappear off your record? I just think this is too far. Carjacking, DUI, robbery with a dangerous weapon, first degree assault. First degree assault. That's not a barroom punch. That's putting someone's life at risk. I just believe it should stay there because I need to know about it. Senator Muse, you want to talk about shielding? That's a different story. Shielding means they can, after 15 years, go out and try and find a job and nobody will know about it. But I need to know about it.
Thank you very much, Senator Muse.
Not in there.
Well,
The only thing,
nobody showed us that.
you'll have it. That's why we said as amended. It is in there. It's online. It's as amended. The only thing that this will include is a first time, only one DUI. That's all we're talking about.
But Senator, respectfully, if you expunge that first one, when you come in for the second one, the judge and I aren't going to know that it's your second. How are we going to know when they have their second one that it's not their first if the first one's disappeared?
It's 10 years after you've paid your dues, after you have parole. It's 10, so it's more years added on to that. Maybe 15 years by the time you get to the point of being able to expunge it.
18 years old, you get a DUI. On the Eastern Shore, Mr. Schellenberger guilty, suspended sentence, 2 years probation. That means at 20, I'm free and clear. All I got to do is make it to 31. You think I'm still not drinking when I'm 31? And I'm using this as a hypothetical. You think I'm still not drinking when I'm 31? And then I walk into court with that my second DUI, and the judge treats it like a first because nobody needs to know that it's my second. Nobody's going to know.
Well, maybe you can sit with us and let's try and work out the language with shielding for something and see how we can do it. But certainly nothing that would be, if I'm 18 and I need to get a job when I'm 30. Number one, the state's not going to I don't want the state taking care of him. I'm not paying to take care of them. They need housing, they need a job. It just seems counterproductive to keep going around this same mountain over and over again. We come in and we say, well, what's the budget? We've got to take care of them. We got food stamps, we got this, we got housing and everything else. At some point, there's got to be a sensible, common sense point of good common sense of compromise. And I think that there's a big difference when you're hopefully 18 and 33, which is after the 10 years after your parole and probation.
And what I would say
And if
is
you have access to it, that would be.
And that's what shielding is all about.
All right, I'm not sure.
We're gonna go to Senator Carter, then Senator James.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My deep apologies, Senator Muse. I really wanted to hear your bill. And I missed most of it because I was outside talking to a scintillating young man from Baltimore that had come down here today. So I'm gonna chime in. One of the things I was interested in is because we just passed the Redeem Act today. What were the provisions of your bill that might be different than the Redeem Act? But we can talk about that now or later. What I wanted, I caught this conversation, this colloquy with Scott Schellenberger. And I do know that under the Redeem Act and even under other things that we've passed, we've allowed persons that are convicted of felonies to be able to at some point get an expungement. And here we're talking about one of the more common things, such as not just a DUI, but a probation before a judgment that many people want to even make not even an underlying conviction. Is it one of the bills that we've had before for a couple of years and we're likely to pass at some point in some form. And so I know for a fact, and you might have even said this, that under current law, if someone has a PBJ for a DUI or related type offense and they go in 10 years later they're eligible for a second PBJ. And I have achieved that before for people that have gone 10 years with the PBJ and nothing. And then there's 10 years under certain circumstances, they can get a second PBJ. So it just doesn't make sense to me that we would say that you can get a second PBJ, but for in perpetuity for the next 8 million years of if you live, and even in your death, you can never expunge the PBJ.
So you are correct. You can get a second PBJ, and it does happen, not often. The thing that's important about that.
When I represent people, Mr. Schellenberg, I'm saying.
I'm sure you are successful. I'm not necessarily that successful at that. But when you get a PBJ on your driving record for a driving under the influence, employers can't find that. That's held back. Employers don't see the PBJ. I can see it, but employers can't. I'd really like to know a story of somebody who got a PBJ and couldn't find a job. Now, are you working for the NSA? Probably not. Are you working for a police department? Maybe, but you're not being prevented from finding a job. But the point about DUI is important because people tend, when they have those kind of problems, to get more than one, and they get them farther out. Now, while you have the right to ask the judge for the second PBJ, so that it's not on the public record, I think I have the right to know that you had a prior and be able to argue to the judge why it shouldn't be there. And that's why I don't think it should be expunged.
So it is in the public record. What it's not in is the PBJ allows the person not to have to get the automatic 12 points with the MVA and have their license automatically suspended or revoked. That's one of the benefits of it. It takes away the points for the license, but it still is definitely in the public record.
Not if you go try to look it up. It's not there. If you don't get the points, it doesn't go on your record. It goes on the PBJ record, which only certain people can see. But now we're talking about getting rid of it completely. We're expunging it, which means it really won't be in the public.
I don't understand how we reconcile that in a state where we've decided that people should not have to bear the stigma of an act of a bad act or a felonious act or a mistake for beyond a certain period of time, that we would say that in one instance, when it's frankly not, it's the functional equivalent of a non-conviction, they would say, but in this instance, we're going to say in perpetuity, you're never going to be able to get expunged. That's the problem that I have.
But that's not what
there
this is
ought to
saying.
be some period of time that should be reasonable, that this and everything should be eligible. I'm not saying it has to be expunged. I'm saying eligible. This should be a decision that isn't statutorily prohibited. It should be something that a court can at least make a decision on. That's my point. We statutorily prohibit the expungement, and that's something that I believe we should at least make eligible for a court to decide, at the very least.
And I believe that when you've committed a carjacking as an adult, that, well, okay, you took carjacking out. Well, I'm sorry, but well, the amendments, when I printed the bill, there were no amendments.
I said as amended when I
Okay.
gave my presentation.
All right.
Pull it up on your computer.
So I'll stop
So,
using carjacking.
Thank
So
you.
what crimes are in the bill?
Just this one.
Just DUI. And what I'm saying is that that's still important to have available to me because people tend to get more than one DUI. I've seen people with 4. And if you have the ability to expunge, then I won't know that there were other ones before. But I am happy to talk about shielding.
Right, Senator James.
Between the discussions, most of my questions were answered, but I do want to just tell you, Mr. Schellenberger, I know I had a personal case in which someone's PBJ was found out by their employer and jeopardized them. So it does happen.
Okay, thank you.
That just wanted to tell you that. And just for me to understand, because I think I understand the purpose of the bill and I'm sympathetic, and my thought was the same about shielding, but could you just briefly explain shielding to me?
So shielding would be that they would be taken off of Maryland Judiciary Case Search,
Okay.
that the public would have access to. But I have access to Maryland Judiciary Case Search in another way that the public can't get. So shielding would, when you go to a kiosk in a courthouse and you put somebody's name in, John Smith, and you're looking for that DUI, even if it was a guilty, it could be shielded from public view after a certain period of time.
And do you have confidence that, because that I think is a good compromise, do you have confidence that the way search engines are always getting better by employers, do you think it's viable that shielding can work to let law enforcement know, which I think is important, but to, not allow employers, housing and things like that?
I do, because we already have an existing system where certain things are available to the public, but then certain things are not. And they're really two different systems. So I think they could work it out.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that's it for this particular hearing. Next, we have Senate Bill 544, Senator Meese.
Now the panel is moving to the time we come forward. We would appreciate it. Let me be very fast about this. Quick rather about this one, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman. Christopher Hughes and Mary Denise Davis, Ashley Devon, Nicole Hanson, and Charlotte Hearn. They're all a part of our witness. She said,
One other person.
and one other person is coming to be a part of this bill. In 2021, this committee passed legislation to allow certain non-convictions to be automatically eligible for expungement after the 3-year statute of limitations. Senate Bill 544 is a continuation of that work, only from a different angle. SB 544 would remove acquittals, dismissals, and no pros from public view. The issue, as you may know, is a criminal record can be both the cause and, as I said before, the consequences of poverty. Lower income workers and job seekers are routinely, and I get this all the time, denied employment, housing, and educational opportunities. And in the long run, we foot the bill one way or the other. What you may not know is that in Maryland, a criminal record is acquired upon arrest, whether or not a person is ever convicted of a crime. Anything that occurs after an arrest is documented or on an individual's criminal record, and in Maryland will remain publicly visible in Maryland case search until the charges and dispositions are expunged. There's a moral argument to this. There's no valid reason that charges that did not result in a conviction, specifically acquittals, dismissals, and no pros, should visibly remain on the public record. However, Maryland's current law inadvertently replaces innocent until proven guilty standard with an unjust guilty even if proven innocent standard. And that's not, I don't believe that's what we mean to do. So in closing, Senate Bill 544 will eliminate barriers. That's all we want to do. We keep hearing people say, well, you did it once, you'll do it again. You did it once, you do it again. And I would like for us to sometimes think about, I wouldn't ask anybody to raise their hands. I certainly would not. But you ask us how many of us had two and a half drinks in college at the size that we were and went out driving home. We all did. We didn't get caught. Look at us now. Great. Ooh. We can't just keep putting up barriers with an assumption that bad is bad is bad until you die. I'd like for us to look at this bill, a criminal record for charges dropped or voided in the court system. This is not for something that we did as in the previous bill. This is, again, when you've not been found guilty of anything but you're going to be treated like it regardless. I urge a favorable report, and I thank you for your time and for your attention to this. Yes.
We'll go ahead and let your panel go and then take questions.
Thank you.
I know there's a Janet Graham who's in the waiting room. She has informed me she's the only other person that I know of who is testifying in person. So anyway, Christopher Dews from Cornerstone, representing the Job Opportunities Task Force. We think this is a really simple bill, and I want to thank Senator Muse for sponsoring it. I mean, as the good senator said, this is about not guilty charges. You weren't found guilty. It's acquittal, it's dismissal, it's a null pros. It's actually a compromise that we've actually had conversations with the state's attorney's office about, where we just take those simple charges, and until they're eligible for automatic expungement in that 3-year waiting period, they are simply removed from public view. So during that 3-year waiting period, it's removed. I know Senator Sidnor a few years ago talked a lot about the waiver. It's the statute of limitations, the 3-year statute of limitations. We did not want to mess with that in this bill. So what the bill is designed to do is during that 3-year statute of limitations for a non-conviction, these individuals will just have those charges shielded from public view. And if they want to just expunge them immediately, they can simply just waive their right to sue. But if they do not want to waive their right to sue, it is not held against them when trying to apply for employment, housing, education, or things of that nature. I did notice in the policy and fiscal note there may be some confusion about what the bill is about, but literally it's just shielding from public view. I would even say shielding, expungement via storage for the sole purpose of ensuring that a non-conviction is not held against anybody when trying to secure for themselves access to employment. I guess in my last 20 seconds, I'll say that this bill was personal to me because as an employer myself, when I was hiring individuals and going through case search, I didn't know what an acquittal, dismissal, and no pros was. I just saw a bunch of charges and assumed that they must have done something because they wouldn't have this many charges. And so this bill should be able to resolve that for a vast majority of not guilty charges for people of the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kelly. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Virtual.
Oh, right.
Jeanette Graham.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. We could
Okay.
see you. There you go.
Okay. Alrighty. I would like to give a statement. My name is Jeanette Graham. I'm the president of No Struggle, No Success. We're a full-service statewide reentry program. The last 18 months, we served 318 individuals. 97 of these individuals were negatively impacted on employment and housing barriers due to the challenges around expungements, when their cases were in fact acquitted, dismissed, or put in a stat. As much as we would have made attempt to make a headway of educating employers and landlords, has not been enough to remove the stigma of this type of barrier for them when a criminal charge is publicly viewed. Very similar to what Mr. Dews have stated, where employers just looked at it and assumed that it was many issues with it and they chose not to hire, or in fact, they've started working and then they terminate them. These individuals were innocent and automatically denied without any consideration or researching. There are many returning citizens that choose to work and also would like to have their record expunged correctly. We would like to continue to reduce recidivism, homelessness, and ensure that individuals have gainful employment. And for this reason, on behalf of No Struggle Assess, a nonprofit organization, we support the Senate Bill 545 and House Bill 746. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kelly.
education dollars that the Behavioral Health Administration has to run a campaign called Don't Run, Call 911. And so with these kinds of protections, people's lives are saved. And that's the bottom line. If we want people to get into treatment, if we want people to get into recovery, we got to keep them alive to do so. And that's what the Good Samaritan law is about. You heard from the sponsor the specific charges that people are immune from, and the expansion is mostly related to the fact that we need to make sure that people's parole and probation are not violated when they survive an overdose. We are hearing more and more of that happening, and that just deters people from picking up that phone and calling for help. So with that, we do ask for your favorable support.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stacy Jefferson, and I am here. I'm the Director of Policy and Stakeholder Engagement with Behavioral Health System Baltimore. We're the local nonprofit organization that oversees mental health and substance use disorder for Baltimore City. And I am here in support of Senate Bill 546. And as Ann mentioned, this legislation is really about saving lives. And it really will, I think we all can agree that it makes sense to make sure that the person experiencing the medical emergency is also protected as well. And it really is about ensuring that the intent of the original Good Samaritan law is upheld. And as referenced in my written testimony, BHSB did conduct research on the Good Samaritan law and found that people continue to delay or refrain from calling 911 due to fear for arrest for many possible offenses, including parole and probation violations. There is also a more recent study that was conducted in 2020 amongst people who use drugs, and it also shows that they continue to have the same fears. And so we must really make sure, again, that the intent of this bill is upheld. And so we support Senate Bill 546 because it makes it clear. And with that, I ask for a favorable report.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tim Bradford and I represent the Office of Public Defender here tonight, and I support Senate Bill 546. Support this bill because this bill will save lives. We must shift the focus from criminalizing drug use to encouraging life-saving measures when an overdose occurs. We must stop charging and prosecuting victims of addiction. Maryland's current Good Samaritan law covers any kind of overdose, but does not provide the clarity needed to protect a victim of the overdose or medical emergency with the same immunity from arrest, charge, and prosecution as the person calling to help. Many times, because of the lack of clarity, law enforcement officers do not uniformly apply the law, causing confusion within the process. Also, I believe this is a bill meant to clarify the language to appropriately effectuate the original intent of the bill, which is to protect the person suffering from the medical emergency or overdose and the person trying to help. I have had multiple clients who succumbed to addiction who did not want to be arrested or violate their probation because they didn't want to be incarcerated. Again, this bill will help save lives. Last year, over 2,100 overdose deaths occurred in Maryland. This bill will lower that number by changing the focus from a criminal justice issue to a public safety issue in situations like this. I ask for a favorable report as to Senate Bill 546. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you all very much. Oh, we have a virtual, one more in person, and yeah, it's Peter Fitzpatrick, and then we'll switch to our virtual participants.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Pete Fitzpatrick, and I'm asking you for a favorable report on Senate Bill 546 because I think it can save lives. I'm a paramedic and a registered nurse. I've been on the front lines of emergency care for upwards of 30 years, and I know a few things about saving lives. My older son, Sam, was a funny kid. He was the kind of little kid who wanted to know if the trash incinerator on 95 outside of Baltimore is where they make clouds, or why a snowman didn't come to life when you put a hat on his head. He was kind of older kid who gave his lunch money to a homeless guy he saw digging through a dumpster. It taught most younger kids in the neighborhood to read, to ride a pipe, two-wheeler. Sorry, he could barely read himself. Sam, though, grew into a troubled young man who fought mental health issues and substance abuse, and he fought his disease as best he could. But I know from my working life, sometimes you can do everything and still have a bad outcome. And we lost Sam to a fentanyl overdose in May of last year. He was 22. When he died, Sam was serving out of probation before judgment verdict. You can look it up. It is still on case search. For the kinds of things that happen to a person with a drug problem. I'm not asking for sympathy for his crimes, but only for the understanding this wasn't a bad kid. It's just a kid with problems. And we tried to get Sam, insisted to get help on all these kinds of things, but he was always worried about violating his probation. And he felt the consequence enough to risk his life, and that's what it cost him and all of us that loved him. So the other thing I know from my working life is that when you lose a patient, the only thing you can do is try to go save the next one. And that's what I think this bill can help do by removing some of these barriers to care. I've included a letter signed by 30 physicians, nurses, first responders, and other healthcare providers who agree that next one is out there, and I feel this bill can help save them. It's the one thing that my broken heart can ask for, that it might still get. This is a public health crisis. More than 2,000 dead Marylanders a year. It's a friend's daughter and son left without their dad. It's one friend getting a call that her brother is no longer there, and another friend getting the same call a few months later. It's a father finding a son who thought trash could become clouds and that snowmen could dance. Dead in his room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to our virtual participant, Nancy Rosen Cohen. Sorry, Tony Torsch. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello, Senators. My name is Tony Torsch. I'm the director of the Daniel Carl Torsch Foundation. This was named after my son who died from a drug overdose. And this committee over the years has helped pass some incredible laws that have saved really thousands of lives. I wish those laws had been in place prior to my son's passing. It would have made a difference, but that was then, this is now. You've already heard some pretty great testimony just now on why this is such an important piece of legislation. And really right now, the only information I can add is that what I've experienced firsthand in our communities, we have about 6 outreach workers. And so there's 2 fairly current factual situations I want to share with you. And note that they're like many similar situations. The first one was there were 2 26-year-old males bought drugs right off of Northern Parkway in 83. They headed north on the interstate when the passenger took some of the drug, ingested, and started to overdose immediately. They passed 2 hospitals, St. Joseph's, GBMC, on their way to Upper Chesapeake in Harford County, and that's where they lived. The driver took the passenger out of his truck in front of the ER, proceeded to drive across the street to the Exxon station and called the ER from his car, telling them that there was an unconscious person on their sidewalk. Of course, by the time they arrived, he was dead. Both young men were on probation. Fear only is what drove that terrible choice that night. The second situation was reported to me from clients who were that we were providing services to. That this was September 2022. The sheriff's office in Harford County was sending a list of recent individuals who had survived an overdose to the Office of Parole and Probation. I respectfully request a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torsch, and thank you for hanging in there with us. It's good to see you, and thank you for your testimony. All right, questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you all very much. That'll end the hearing for Senate Bill 546. We'll now move on to our final bill of the day, Senate Bill 129. Senator Kelly with Senate Bill 129.
Do you have a board right now of the people who are left? Let's figure it out. Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So this is the last bill of the day, so I will try to make it quick. Most of us have heard this a couple of times before. Senator Ariana Kelly, we're here with Senate Bill 129, which is criminal law, sex crimes, repeal of spousal defense. So as I mentioned, most of us have heard this before. Those of us who served in the House with me last term all voted for this. The House just passed this out unanimously. Every Republican, every Democrat voted for this bill. The Senate also passed this bill last year, but it did have an amendment on it. I am asking that the committee pass the bill out just as it is drafted with no amendments. You have a bunch of written testimony in your file. You'll see that there's no opposition except for Vince McAvoy did sign up against it. But other than that, no opposition. And when I say we don't need an amendment on it, just so you guys know, we're talking about a bill that is literally just brackets. We're just striking a section of the code. So there's no words in the bill. Let's keep it that way if we can. I would really appreciate it. The reason it's just brackets is because we're striking the section of code that basically lays out under what circumstances a man is allowed to commit an existing sex crime against someone as long as that victim is his wife. And I don't think that should be in the code. And I want to make clear that these are already existing sex crimes. We're not creating any new sex crimes. I went back and I looked, and these were all put in the statute in 1979. They haven't changed since then. So these are already crimes that are on the book. The problem is that you can't enforce them against someone who's married. So if someone's their girlfriend, you can enforce it. If someone's their fiance, you can enforce it. But the day they get married, suddenly not. So we need to strike this from the code. Just a little bit of history, and I don't want to take too long because we're in a hurry here, but just so you understand sort of the background of this, where does this kind of law come from? It has to do with where rape was really started as a crime of property, right? A property crime. It was a crime against a father or a husband, right? It was a crime against their property. It wasn't considered that women were human beings with their own bodily autonomy. And that sort of led into the common law that our law was based on. So we just need to kind of get that out of our statute. I could go into some pretty graphic detail, but I don't feel like it. It's late at night. But just so people are clear, sort of the kind of things that we are trying to make sure can't happen again under Maryland law are really unfortunate and things that I don't think any man or woman here would want to do to their spouse anyway. I'm confident of that. So if you want to know more in detail, I'm happy to talk to you offline about it. But just really want to make sure that everybody understands that this is about the fact that under this bill, you're just not allowed to do things to your wife that were illegal for you to do when she was your fiance. She has to follow the same rules for you. In 1979, the statute was updated to be gender neutral. So this applies to women and men equally, whether your spouse is a woman or a man also. And it should stay that way. I do want to draw your attention to the letter from the Office of the Attorney General that's in your file. I think they are no longer able to be here with us, but you do have a letter in your file making really clear, addressing the issues the concerns that were raised last year in the Senate hearing. It says, in prior years, concerns have been expressed that a repeal of the spousal defense might result in a husband being prosecuted for touching his wife without asking permission first. These concerns are unfounded. The law in Maryland is clear that in order for the state to prove lack of consent when the victim is competent and conscious, mere passivity on the victim's part is not enough. There must be evidence of an express denial of consent, verbal or physical resistance by the victim, and a reasonable fear of resisting based on the part of the victim. So really pretty clear and convincing. And if you have any further questions, they're available to talk to you to answer your questions. And I think we have a lot of other witnesses here still. They've been hanging in. I wasn't sure if we were going to have the representative from the state's attorney from Prince George's County. I think she is still here, but I loved her testimony too. So it mentioned that the law specifically states that touching that is a common expression of familial or friendly affection or for an accepted medical purpose is not criminal under the statute. Because of this type of conduct is already protected
The full repeal of the spousal rape defense does not endanger individuals who engage in loving and common expressions of affection with their spouses. I think that's really important because I'm a pro-marriage woman. I'm married, if you all don't know, and I love marriage. I want marriage to work for people, and that's why I think this is a really important bill. When I think about my daughter, and if she were to enter into a marriage, I know I want her to enter into one where she has equal protection under the law, where she's not giving up her rights in order to get married. So that's important to me. Finally, I will point out to you two more things. In the fiscal note, it states really clearly, the number of people convicted as a result of this bill is expected to be minimal. There have been some concerns that have been raised that suddenly the floodgates are going to be opened up by changing this. That's not the case. I think you'll hear testimony to that effect today. And then just the last thing I wanted to point out, because I don't think we have someone testifying about this, is the psychological impact of these crimes. So you do have testimony in your packet from Dr. Christina Dardis, who's a professor of psychology at Towson. And she said marital sexual violence is common and no less injurious than non-marital sexual violence. 10 to 14% of women are raped by their spouse, and in approximately 12% experience forcible fondling. In addition to physical injuries, survivors of marital sexual violence experience psychological injuries, including depression, anxiety, fear, decreases in self-esteem, and long-term difficulties with trust and intimacy. They go on to say, victims of marital sexual violence experience more severe PTSD than those sexually assaulted by strangers. So that was really moving to me and compelling to me. And just in closing, I would like to thank all of you for being here today and for listening to this testimony that you're about to hear, and really hope that we can make this the final year, pass this bill with no amendments. It's just 2 brackets. And I'm confident. I've talked to almost all of you on this committee. I know everybody believes in the concept of this bill, that we should be treating married and unmarried individuals equally under the law. So with that, I will pass it off to my panel.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Jordan with the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We're here in strong support of Senate Bill 129. Thank you so much, Senator Kelly, for your eloquence and for championing this bill. You've all heard this bill before. Senator Washington, Senator McKay, you also voted for this bill in this form with no amendments on it. And as you've heard, this bill stands for the policy that marriage should not be a defense to any sex crimes. And spousal defense laws really are archaic and rooted in that notion that women are property. I don't want to repeat what Senator Kelly has said, but I do want to be really sure that you all understand that we really have listened to the concerns of the committee. I think that every single person advocating for this bill has thought carefully about the concerns that have been raised, and particularly the concerns that have been raised about how this applies for couples. And I would just respectfully assert that the law really already addresses this. You've heard the quote from the Attorney General's office. Sexual conduct, basically fondling, has to be for the purposes of sexual gratification or abuse, and it has to fall outside the definition of the law if it's a common expression of familial or friendly affection, even if that's sexually charged. If it falls outside of that, it's not going to be prosecutable. Remember also that couples are allowed to agree to whatever practices they wish between themselves, and they can do that in advance. Just like when you go for a massage and you consent to having your glutes touched, if your practice with your spouse is to touch one another sexually, like that's fine. The law should not infringe on those private agreements and impose presumptions that your sexual parts can be touched. Touching of sexual parts should be up to you, married or not, in a relationship or not. And the evidence of all of that, it's going to go into evidence because the Rape Shield law permits that pattern of sexual touching to go into evidence. Finally, I just want to say that if you do want to change consent for couples, please do that openly and with a separate bill, because that's really important. And we shouldn't do it with an amendment. You should have a hearing about that. Senate Bill 129 is simple. Strike the spousal defense. Marriage should not be a defense to sex crimes. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable senators. My name is Gina Cerencione, and I'm the state's attorney for Washington County.
On behalf of the Maryland States Attorneys Association, I am here to fully support Senate Bill 129, which would be the total repeal of the spousal defense to sexual assault. But I'm also a sexual assault prosecutor for the last 28 years, and I can tell you that this defense has reared its head in Washington County and other counties. Most recently, I had a case in which a husband, for a period of 3 years, was drugging and raping his wife. And you probably wonder why we know that, or how we know that he was drugging and raping her, because she sort of didn't know what was going on. But after she found a video on his phone, he was questioned and he confessed to raping her and drugging her for 3 years. Because of the spousal defense to sexual assault, I was unable to prosecute this man for raping an unconscious woman. And I couldn't prosecute him for any felony sexual assaults. It's unconscionable to me that this conduct was not prosecutable as rape. There is no spousal defense to any other crime in Maryland. Not assault, not aggravated assault, or any crime in which a person can be injured. There's no spousal defense to stalking or harassment or destruction of property even. Only a defense to the most humiliating crime a woman has to endure, and no justice for her. The spousal defense to rape and sexual offenses must be repealed in its entirety. We at the Maryland States Attorneys Association and for sex assault prosecutors across the state urge a favorable report of Senate Bill 129. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lori Ruth. I'm the legal director at the Women's Law Center of Maryland. Thank you for sticking with us. I know it's been a long day for everybody. I'm actually here on behalf not only of the Women's Law Center, but of the Family and Juvenile Law Section Council of the Maryland State Bar Association, which supports this bill, as well as MLaw, the Maryland Legislative Agenda for Women. The young woman who was going to testify for them had to leave. MLaw is a grassroots organization of what I would call lay people. The Family Law Section Council has 1,200 family law attorneys who belong, and they all to a person support this bill. MLaw has had it as one of their priority bills every year that it's been before this body. I'm optimistic that this might be the year. I just want to say, from the family law's perspective and from those of us who practice in family law, you know, we don't see this happening in huge droves. I think Senator Kelly said, you know, taking this out of the law is not going to cause some flooding of the courts of wives. And I think this is a gendered issue, so forgive me, but of wives running to the court and making accusations against their husbands. It hasn't happened in unmarried people's world, and it's not going to happen in the family law world. And in fact, they can testify in court if it's relevant to their case already, but they don't bring, you know, any criminal charges or anything. And so you won't see it prosecuted very often. You know, the other thing I want to say is when you talk to lay people about this bill, they are shocked that this is the state of our law in 2019, 2020, however many years we've been down here testifying about this. And so I'm hoping that this committee will urge a favorable report. I'm going to tell you one quick last story. My very first year in 2008 at my job, a woman called the Women's Law Center. She was driving around the Baltimore Beltway and she said, my husband is drugging me and having sexual assault, you know, having sexual relations with me while I'm unconscious. And I know he's allowed to do that, but now he's having the children come in and watch. And I don't know what to do. And I stood up from my desk and I said, that's not possible. It's against the law. I made her pull over and I told her to call Lisa Jordan at the Sexual Assault Legal Institute because I was 100% sure that this could not be the law in Maryland. Fast forward a few years, it is the law, and she was probably right and I was probably wrong. And I have never forgotten that phone call in all these years. It was shocking. So we strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jessica Garth. I'm the Chief Special Victims Prosecutor in Prince George's County at the State's Attorney's Office. I do want to reiterate what's already been said. This will not open the floodgates. The vast majority of fourth-degree sex cases that we see now in our office are actually the things like strangers approaching strangers at the grocery store and committing sexual contact in that way. This isn't something we see with unmarried couples. It's not something we're going to see with married couples, should this be repealed. I had other things to say, but I want to tell you a quick story. I actually got a text message from a prosecutor in St. Mary's County as I was sitting here this evening, and she was telling me that she screened a case today that she won't be able to go forward on. It involved a woman married to a man who said that she did not want to engage in sex. And when she woke up, she found his semen on her body. And she actually has a health condition that means that she's now experiencing excruciating pain because her husband did not listen to her no. He did not rape her by force, but he did rape her. Well, not currently under Maryland law, but I think we would all agree that he raped her by having sex with her without her consent. This prosecutor is very disturbed that she can't go forward on that. And this is happening in March of 2023. Other than that, you've heard from me, you've heard from others. I'm urging a repeal of this. I'm urging a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, in case the chair has not already informed the remaining witnesses, the witness sheet shows that there's no one signed up to testify unfavorably on this bill. I just thought people should know that. Me too's would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that PSA. Thank you all very much for sticking out here and for your testimony. Thank you very much. Assume that means you're also voting for the bill unamended. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, we might try it again. I don't know. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dorothy Lenig. On behalf of the House of Ruth, I want to thank Senator Kelly. I really just wanted to say Senator Kelly for bringing this bill. We urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 129 for all the reasons that everybody had expressed. Thank you.
Good evening, Joyce King on behalf of the Maryland States Attorneys Association Special Victims Subcommittee. We urge a favorable report. I did want to take a few minutes though to just hopefully arm you all to things to battle floor amendments. If this committee is going to move without amendments, I do want to address the fourth degree because I do know that there may be some remnants from previous sessions out there. I do have a case that I did want to bring forward about a marital fourth degree sex offense where a victim, a domestic violence victim, was living at our Hartley house and her husband saw her at a movie theater and began to grab her breasts and her vagina, yelling that this was mine and not anybody else's. And this is what we're trying to capture with fourth degree. I know that there was a lot of talk in previous sessions about buttocks touching or signs of affection of that nature, not to be graphic, but during the time that we had waiting here, I did pull in the last 15 years in Frederick County, there were 9 adult fourth degree sex offense cases, and none of them were touchings of that nature. They were all vile and they were all taking genital parts out and, very degrading behavior that should be captured in a fourth degree sex offense and not a second degree assault. So with that, I would ask for a favorable report.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Melanie Shapiro with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. Thank you, Senator Kelly, for bringing this bill. For all of the reasons already stated, we urge a favorable report.
Seeing no questions for the committee, thank you all very much. Thank you for hanging in there with us. All right. Next, we'll hear from Chris Apple, Isla Hurley, Robert Garner, and Jessica Irwin. Whomever would like to start first, just step on up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, committee members. I am Chris Apple, a grassroots organizer. When I learned that this bill had failed for the 3rd time, I created a petition demanding the immediate repeal of this law. For months, I gave up my weekends so I could knock on doors and collect signatures. I have here a list of almost 400 Maryland voters who are opposed to this law. A lot of people didn't know this law existed, and I can corroborate previous testimony that people were shocked and disgusted when they found out. But people also showed incredible bravery in response to learning about this law. In addition to signing, people volunteered to carry and circulate the petition themselves. Some of them are here tonight, testifying for the first time in their lives in favor of this bill. Now, many of us know the agony and the shame that haunt survivors of sexual assault. And that's what I'm referring to when I say that failing to pass this bill has real human consequences. And unfortunately, I know for a fact that there have been new attacks since we failed to pass this bill last year. But we don't have to fail this year. It's already out of the House. We have but to pass it here without amendments, and it will finally go to the governor's desk. I hope that it will be easy to secure a vote without amendments. We must collectively find the courage to do so. That's what the signers of this petition are calling for. Full repeal, no more, no less. Countless acts of bravery have led us here to this moment. And we need just one more act of bravery from you. We need you to vote favorable without amendments. Thank you.
I will keep this short. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Ayla Hurley. I live in Columbia, and I'm pleased to have the privilege of speaking with you today. I understand that versions of this bill have not succeeded in the past due to aforementioned unfavorable amendments, so I'm here to ask the Judicial Proceedings Committee to support SB 129 as written. I don't fully understand why this law has been in place so long or why its repeal failed so many times when it only serves to support those who would make use of it to harm their spouses. Like too many people, I was sexually assaulted as a teenager. So to learn that I lost protective rights when I became a married adult was confusing and upsetting, shocking, disgusting. To know that I had more rights at age 13 than at 33 for what would be a comparable assault feels wrong. My husband and I married in a legal partnership of equals. I trust my husband, but so have those assault survivors who suffer from this loophole. As long as the loophole exists that allows individuals to assault their spouse under certain conditions, this partnership is not legally equal and grants an unequal power that unmarried individuals are not subject to. I ask that you please restore these rights back to married individuals. The only people who benefit from this loophole are those who would seek to make use of it. And we should be protecting Marylanders from those people, not legally letting them face no justice. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Robert Garner. Others have spoken much more authoritatively and eloquently than I could on this topic. But I am a lifelong Marylander. I live outside Frederick in Senator Folden's district. My spouse and I are raising 2 young children in the state of Maryland, and we would very much like to raise them in a state that protects them at least as well from their spouses as it does from strangers. And with that, as I have learned is customary to say, I urge a favorable report on this bill.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Irwins. I live in Owings, Maryland, and I've been a resident of Maryland for 2 years. I spent the previous 14 years as a spouse of an active duty member of our nation's military. I ask you to report favorably on this bill to better serve and protect the over 14,000 military spouses, 29,000 active duty military members, and the 30,000 children of active duty members who live in this state. Being a military spouse makes anything you do slightly more challenging. Any action you make can have long-term implications for both your spouse's career and our community, a pressure that most others don't experience. Marriages in the military can be isolating. Military spouses who have sacrificed so much, who have left everyone and everything they've known to move to a new place to support their spouse, may not know who to trust or to turn to get help at any given duty station. A place that you should be able to turn the authorities and the government of the state in which you are required to live. The laws of each state we relocate to could drastically affect us for lifelong implications, regardless of whether we are legal residents and voting members of that state. Sexual violence in any situation is incredibly challenging to overcome. Military spouses are twice as likely to experience sexual victimization. Currently, military policy addressing sexual violence in marriages places all of its faith on the military investigation system. In 2021, the Armed Services started court-martial proceedings on only 42% of cases. 27% of those cases only resulted in administrative action and 31 in non-judicial punishment. The system is fraught with conflict of interest, personal opinions, and the whims of commanding officers. Faith in the system is incredibly low. The only recourse if this fails is the civilian authorities, and the military can do nothing if the perpetrator is a civilian. Imagine summoning up all of the courage and disregarding all of the fear that you have of the implications, reporting your spouse and the violence they've committed against you, only to find that not only will the military do nothing, but the state in which you have been told you must reside in will not help you because your marriage prevents your spouse from being convicted of the crime they've committed. Today, I urge you to repeal the spousal offense because the 50,000 military members and their spouses may not be able to vote in your district, but they are still your responsibility to protect them and to ensure when they receive orders to the state of Maryland, they are as protected against sexual violence as any unmarried person. Thank you.
All right, questions from the committee? Thank you all very much. All right, is Angela Parker? Melissa Murphy? Gina Sirencion? There you go, sorry. Sarah Mickey, is she still here? She went home. And then Aaron, let's keep going here. Jessica Garth. That's right. All right. Jackie Cohen Roth. That's for the members. All right, welcome.
My name is Angela Parker. I'm a sexual assault survivor and a victim of this law. Excuse me. Less than a year ago, I was raped by my husband. And under the existing law, what he did was legal rape. I could not respond verbally or physically, completely incapacitated, and it constituted consent because I was married. I was conscious and aware of the demoralizing sexual acts my husband was performing on me, things I had never consented to throughout our marriage. Trapped in a body, unable to move or speak while my assault progressed. I vividly remember these acts. They haunt my thoughts and dreams. I relive my rape every single day. I did not consent to a life riddled with depression, anxiety, and severe PTSD. Every aspect of my life has been impacted, even my ability to hug and hold my own children. But these are acceptable repercussions of a legal act. I could not say no or fight back, and that gave my husband the legal right to take my helpless body and use it for his own sexual gratification. I had photographic and video evidence of my assault. And instead of my proof being used to prosecute my rapist, it proved his innocence because this chamber made my rape legal. We have a basic human right to be recognized as human beings according to the law. This law treats spouses as objects, not people. We are forced to satisfy sexual desires when we are deprived of strength and power. This is your law, and this is rape. You have an opportunity to correct this remnant of our past, and I'm charging each of you to do that. You've been entrusted with the power to protect your fellow citizens. And please, I implore you, make the right decision. Provide a path of healing and justice for all future victims like me. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I will be very brief. I'm Erin Earp. I'm here on behalf of the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. And on behalf of RAIN and as a former sex crimes prosecutor, I urge you to vote favorably on this bill without amendments. Thank you.
All right, questions from the committee.
I'm here on behalf of the
Can we mute that person, please?
National Network.
Thank you. Questions? All right, thank you very much. Ms. Parker, just wanted to say, I don't know where you are, but thank you very much for your testimony. I know you waited a long day. We've had a long day here. And most of the witnesses have said it's a pleasure to be here. And it's really an honor and a pleasure to be on this side of the podium to hear you. I just want to say thank you. That's the most impactful testimony I've ever heard on this bill. I've heard this bill a lot, too many times. And so I just want to say thank you for your willingness to step forward. All right. Okay, we'll move to the next panel. I think we have one person joining us virtually. Is Ashley here?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. We can hear you and see you.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for hearing this bill again. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, or evening, I suppose. My name is Ashley Inderfirth. I'm the Deputy Chief of the Special Victims Division in Montgomery County. And I am testifying, obviously, in support of this bill. My plan had been to share with you a case that demonstrates why this law needs to be repealed, that I prosecuted a couple of years ago now. But you've heard lots of those cases now, and I've told you about this case before. At this point, I just want to remind you that I had to tell a woman that I could not prosecute her rapist because her rapist was her husband. In 2023, a marriage certificate serves as a shield for rapists and sexual assault, people committing sexual assault, to avoid accountability. That is unacceptable. It is a faulty paradigm in which spouses would now be able to accuse each other of sexual crimes that they haven't been able to commit previously due to this law. We've talked about the fact that long-term partners don't accuse each other of committing sex crimes. It's a rare circumstance that happens. The repeal of this law does not change the nature of the relationship. It simply puts spouses, really women, on an equal footing with other citizens of the state. So therefore, I respectfully urge that you issue a favorable report, because the repeal of this law places all victims of sexual assault on an equal footing under the law, regardless of their marital status.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your testimony. Your questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you very much, Ashley. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging in there with us. All right, with that, that'll conclude the testimony for the bill and our hearings for the day. Have a good evening, everyone. Thanks for hanging in.